Chapter 1. In the autumn of the 11th year of Yuanwu of the Qin dynasty, a rare storm swept through all of Changling. The lead-like black clouds accompanied by terrifying thunder caused the capital of the Qin dynasty to seem to fall into a demonic world. At the port of the Wei River outside the city, countless officials and soldiers in black robes stood motionless, no matter how the wind and rain battered them. Their bodies were nailed to the ground like iron nails. Among the turbid waves, an enormous armored ship suddenly sailed over. A bolt of lightning that stretched across the horizon fell at this moment, illuminating the dark armored giant ship in a snow-white light. All the officials and soldiers standing at the edge of the port paled in shock. The head of this armored ship was actually the head of a real turtle dragon. The beast head that was even larger than a carriage had been cut off at the neck, but its crimson-red eyes still flashed with mad murderousness. The fiendish presence was even more astounding than the stormy waves. Before the enormous ship reached the shore, 3 officials flew dozens of meters across the river and landed on the deck of the ship like 3 heavy hammers. What made the 3 officials even more shocked was that the top of the giant ship was full of terrible cracks and broken objects. It seemed that it had gone through countless fierce battles. As far as their eyes could see, there was only an old man in a straw raincoat, standing at the corner of the ship like a ghost. They could not see the figure of the person they had been waiting for. Official Han, where is Bureau Chief Yi? The 3 officials bowed in unison and asked, suppressing their shock. No need to be so courteous. Bureau Chief Yi has gone to the hiding place of the remnants of the sword furnace. The old servant bowed slightly in return. As he spoke, the old man's face could not be seen clearly in the storm. However, his eyes were exceptionally cold and gave off intimidating dominance. Bureau Chief Yi has gone? The 3 officials shook at the same time and could not help but look back into the city. All of Changling was shrouded in the storm and dusk. Only the shadows of the tall turrets could be seen. At the same time, a black umbrella suddenly appeared on a river south of Changling. The person holding the black umbrella walked on the surface of the raging river as if he was walking on flat ground. He walked towards a shabby alley on the bank of the river. There were 6 black-clothed officials holding the same black umbrellas. They were of different heights, and their faces could not be seen under the black umbrellas. They stood quietly on the shore, waiting for this person. After this person came ashore, the 6 officials didn't make any extra movements, nor did they make any noise. They just silently scattered and followed behind him. In the shabby alley, there was an ordinary courtyard that gradually became the center of these black umbrellas that gave off murderous auras. The sound of water dripping mixed with the sound of food being chewed. A middle-aged man dressed in coarse black robes with his sleeves rolled up was eating his dinner under the eaves of the courtyard. This man's black clothes were old and tattered, and his messy hair was casually tied up with a straw rope. The soles of his cloth shoes were nearly worn through, and his fingernails were dirty. His face was ordinary, and he didn't look any different from the other porters nearby. His dinner was also very ordinary and simple. It was just a bowl of coarse rice, a plate of vegetables, and a plate of dried tofu. However, this middle-aged man ate with great relish. He chewed every mouthful dozens of times before slowly swallowing it down. After chewing up the last ball of rice, the middle-aged man reached for a wooden ladle hanging under the eaves. He scooped up a ladle of water from the water tank beside him and drank it all in one gulp. Only then did he let out a satisfied burp. At the same time he burped, the black umbrella at the front stopped at the entrance of his small courtyard. A snowy white official's boot reached out from under one of the black umbrellas. In the darkness, it was unusually eye-catching. Behind the official's boot was a snowy white long dress. Black hair that flowed freely, thin lips, and faint brows that were like distant mountains in the rain. Walking leisurely on the stormy river surface, it was actually a very scholarly and beautiful woman with an exceptionally moving waist. She walked out from under the black umbrella, and allowed the autumn rain to soak her hair. She walked lightly into the middle-aged man's courtyard, and then bowed to the middle-aged man. She said softly, "Yi Sileng greets 7th Mr. Zhao." The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow slightly. But with this, the corners of his face seemed to become alive, and his body started to give off an indescribable charm. "I have been in Changling for 3 years, and this is the first time I have seen Bureau Chief Yi. He did not return the bow, and only smiled slightly. His gaze flashed past this woman, and into the distant streets in the autumn rain. After looking at Changling for a long time, it is really boring. Just like your Qin people's swords and people, straight and straight, horizontal and vertical, steady and stable. Even the walls on the streets are either grey or black, and there is no beauty. Today, seeing Bureau Chief Yi's grace, my eyes brighten. She does not seem to fit Changling. His words were light and clear, like the sighs he would make when chatting with others after eating and drinking. But when he spoke, all the people under the black umbrellas outside the courtyard had cold expressions. How dare you? Zhao Zhon, a remnant of the sword furnace. Bureau Chief Yi has come in person. You do not surrender, and dare to say such word. A cold shout suddenly rang out from under a black umbrella in the distance. Clearly, he wanted the middle-aged man and the woman in white to see his face. The person who spoke raised the umbrella. This was an exceptionally handsome young man with red lips and white teeth. His skin was like jade, and his gaze flashed like cold lightning. Oh! A soft sound of surprise sounded. The middle-aged man's furrowed brows relaxed. No wonder your presence is so much weaker than the others, so you are not one of the 6 academicians of the Astrology Bureau. In other words, you should be an official of the Divinity Bureau. This handsome black-clothed young official's hands were originally trembling imperceptibly. His previous movements seemed to have exhausted a large amount of his courage. When he heard the middle-aged man say that his aura was much weaker than the umbrella holders behind him, his eyes immediately burned with a bit of anger, but his breathing couldn't help but become a bit more hurried. The middle-aged man's gaze left his body and landed on the woman in white. He smiled slightly at the woman in white and said, "Half a step into Realm 4 at this age. He should be a rare talent in your dynasty." The woman in white smiled, and 2 faint dimples appeared on her cheeks. "Mr. is right. He just admires you and wants to leave an impression on you." The middle-aged man looked meaningfully at the woman in white. "Is it a pity? What do you mean?" The handsome young official's face suddenly turned incomparably pale. His heavy clothes were soaked in cold sweat, and a bad premonition suddenly rose in his heart. The woman in white turned to look at him and smiled slightly. She gave off the feeling that she had no ill feelings towards this handsome young official. But a raindrop falling next to her suddenly stopped. Then, the raindrop began to accelerating to a terrifying degree. In the process of accelerating, it naturally elongated into a thin, small sword. There was a soft hiss. The inside of the black umbrella was filled with blood. The head of the handsome young official separated from his neck, falling to the ground together with the black umbrella. His eyes were wide open, not daring to believe that this was real. So bold. The middle-aged man clapped his hands and cheered. "You even killed the person of the Divinity Bureau who was monitoring your movements with one blow. Bureau Chief Yi is so bold. But to kill a rare cultivator of your own just because of a disagreement, Bureau Chief Yi does not seem to have much breadth of mind." The woman in white said with slight disdain, "A woman does not need breadth of mind. Having a chest is enough." The middle-aged man stilled slightly. He had not expected the woman in white to say such a thing. Makes sense. He smiled self-deprecatingly. A person like Bureau Chief Yi, no matter what she does or says, does not need to care too much about the opinions of others. The woman in white's eyelashes trembled slightly. Her lips parted slightly, but at this time, she sensed something. She frowned slightly but did not speak. The smile on the middle-aged man's face vanished at this moment. The tiny wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were smoothed out by some strange fluorescent light, and his skin began to flash with a jade-like luster. A surge of hot air caused the drizzle that was falling from the sky to turn into white water vapor. A strong murderous aura began to fill the small courtyard. While the main cultivation is different, the cultivators of the world are divided into 9 realms, and each realm is divided into 3 ranks. What realm is your emperor at now? At the start, when the woman in white had bowed to him, he had not returned the greeting. But now, he bowed deeply and asked solemnly, "I do not have much breadth of mind, so I will not answer your question without any benefits." The woman in white looked calmly at him and said in a tone that brooked no discussion, "1 question per person." The middle-aged man thought for a moment and then looked up. All right. The woman in white did not discuss the order and directly asked, the disciples of the sword furnace all cultivate the sword of death. They do not even care about their own lives. But in these 3 years of hiding, you did not assassinate the cultivators of my dynasty, nor did you secretly form a faction, nor did you try to steal the cultivation records of my dynasty. What do you want to do? The middle-aged man looked at her and sighed softly. No matter how strong the secret treasuries of your cultivation places are, can they be stronger than what that person left behind? His rhetorical question was very brief, and he did not even mention the name of that person. However, these 2 words were like a taboo. The 5 officials under the black umbrellas outside the courtyard had not shown any emotion in the bloody scene of the beheading. When they heard these words, the black umbrellas in their hands trembled at the same time, and countless splashes appeared on the surface of the umbrellas. The woman in white was immediately displeased. She sneered. So many years have passed, and you still do not give up. Do you still want to see if that person left anything behind? The middle-aged man did not say anything. He looked with interest into her eyes and waited for her answer. The woman in white looked at the middle-aged man who was becoming more and more charming. She suddenly felt some sympathy for him and said softly, His Majesty reached Realm 7 First Class 5 years ago, and has not acted in these 5 years. Are you satisfied with this answer? 5 years ago, I reached Realm 7 First Class. 5 years should be enough for me to make a breakthrough. So, he may have reached Realm 8. A thread of disappointment and sorrow appeared on the middle-aged man's face. But in the next moment, it all disappeared and turned into sharp sword essence. His entire body started to shine like a peerless sword that had been hidden in its sheath for many years was suddenly unsheathed. The withered and growing weeds on the walls and roof of the courtyard were cut into pieces by the sharp presence and flew outwards. Please. The middle-aged man took a deep breath. In his eyes, there seemed to be only the woman in white. The 7th disciple of the sword furnace, Zhao Zhon, will experience Bureau Chief Yi's autumn water sword. When his voice sounded, the white-dressed woman remained silent, seemingly not reacting at all. However, the 5 black-clothed officials outside the courtyard all released low cries, their figures suddenly moving to the 5 corners of the courtyard, the black umbrellas in their hands starting to spin intensely at the same time. The black umbrellas that looked like round shields spun rapidly. They did not release raindrops, but streams of energy. Boom! The entire courtyard swelled up like a piece of paper and instantly exploded into countless burning fragments. Muffled groans sounded under the umbrellas. These burning pieces contained astounding power, and caused the shoes of the 5 umbrella-holding officials to give off ear-piercing sounds against the wet stone path. The dense chi formed an impenetrable wall, and very few pieces of burning debris pierced through. The rolling heat and burning sparks were forced to vent to the sky above. Looking from a distance, it was as if a huge furnace had suddenly been erected between heaven and earth. At the center of the furnace, the middle-aged man, Zhao Zhon, had a small crimson sword in his hand. The sword was no more than 2 feet long, but the raging fire on the blade and the tip of the sword had formed a fireball that was several meters long. The woman in the white dress he called Bureau Chief Yi had already disappeared. Only the thousands of fine raindrops came at him like countless little swords. The moment the 5 officials with black umbrellas made their move, dozens of swordmasters with all kinds of long swords also surged into this shabby alley like ghosts. These swordsmen had the same presence as the 5 umbrella-holding officials. In this kind of wind and rain, the raindrops that fell around them flew away in fear as though they were alive. A transparent ball of energy appeared around each person, like they were in an independent world. This type of scene could only mean that they were just like the 5 black umbrella officials, cultivators who were rarely seen in the world, possessing unimaginable methods. However, at this moment, as they listened to the continuous rumbling sounds in the small courtyard and saw the water droplets that continuously splashed out from the surrounding puddles due to the ground shaking, they, who couldn't even sense the general situation of the battle inside, became paler and paler, the cold sweat in their palms also increasing. Previously, they knew what kind of existence the sword furnace of the Zhao country was, but today, they finally understood that they had underestimated the sword furnace. The time was actually very short, so short that the nearby people thought it was thunder and did not realize what it was. The black umbrellas around the courtyard suddenly gave off a strange cracking sound. One of the black umbrellas could not hold up and flew 100 meters to the side. The black-clothed officials with sheathless iron swords scattered around the small courtyard changed color at the same time. The 4 black-clothed swordsmen behind the numerous black umbrellas immediately shouted, pulling out their swords to block in front of them. Clang, 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 clang. The 4 swords bent into a semicircle at the same time. The 4 black-robed swordsmen's feet shook. They wanted to forcibly hold on, but in the next moment, these 4 swordsmen all spat out blood and flew backwards like birds with broken wings. The wave of energy that came out of the cracks in the black umbrellas had not dissipated. It passed through a vegetable garden, destroyed 2 fences, passed through a wide street, and surged towards a fragrant oil shop on the other side of the street. There was an explosion. The numerous wooden planks leaning against the door of the shop exploded into countless small pieces. Then half of the shop collapsed, the roof tiles crashing to the ground and creating a large cloud of dust. Which damned person is driving without eyes on a rainy day, and so fast? You destroyed my shop. An ear-piercing scream came from the half-collapsed shop. A middle-aged woman holding an oil ladle charged out in grief and indignation. She looked like she was going to hit someone, but the moment she saw the scene in front of her, the oil ladle in her hand fell to the ground and she gave off an even more ear-piercing scream. Astrology Bureau handling a case. A black-robed swordsman who had spat out a mouthful of blood fell onto the stone path in front of the shop. Hearing the scream of this middle-aged woman, he gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand up with the support of his crescent-shaped longsword. With a harsh shout, the biting cold killing intent caused the middle-aged woman to tremble and stop screaming. At this time, what surprised this black-clothed swordsman was that a youth holding an oil bottle walked out of the half-collapsed sesame oil shop. He was at most 13 or 14 years old, but there was no trace of fear on his young face covered in dust. He looked curiously at the black-robed swordsman. Then his gaze passed by the black-robed swordsman and landed behind the 2 destroyed fences. In his sight, a graceful woman in a white dress was walking out of the gap in the black umbrellas. Bury him. The woman in the white dress was completely soaked. She seemed to be extremely tired. When several black umbrellas gathered around her and helped her block the falling rain, she only said these 3 words softly. Chapter 2. A few black umbrellas carefully escorted the white-dressed woman for dozens of steps, and she boarded a carriage that was waiting for her. The youth who came out of the half-collapsed fragrant oil shop stared straight at the woman in the white dress. When the woman in the white dress lifted the curtain and entered the carriage, he sighed and said, "So beautiful." The black-clothed swordsman sitting not far from him finally came back to his senses. When he thought of the meaning of the white-dressed woman's 3 short words, a feeling of great joy and numbness filled his body. Beautiful? Then he started to ponder the words of the youth behind him. Bureau Chief Ye's beauty was undoubted, but for a ruler of a country like her, a cultivator that people could only look up to, using beautiful to describe her appearance was a blasphemy. Hoofs sounded. The carriage carrying the female bureau chief of the Qin dynasty passed through the rain and disappeared. Most of the black-robed swordsmen quickly and silently disappeared from the streets just like they had come. The streets that were blurred in the rain finally woke up completely. More and more people walked out of their houses to see what was going on. But in just a few breaths, the sound of metal hitting the ground covered the sound of rain and thunder. In the blink of an eye, the countless war chariots that swarmed over formed iron walls, blocking their vision. "You are Ding Ning, from the Falling Parasol wine shop? Why did you come here to get fragrance oil?" Under a makeshift canopy, a slightly bald middle-aged and slightly plump official handed a dry cloth to the young man who was almost completely drenched and asked. This official looked very amiable. Because he had been in a hurry, his forehead was slightly oily and he gave people the feeling of mediocrity. But most of the surrounding officials and soldiers deliberately maintained a certain distance from him because any knowledgeable person in Changling knew that he was Mo Qinggong, one of the most experienced vicious dogs of the Divinity Bureau. Vicious Hound was definitely not a praiseworthy title, but it contained a lot of meanings. In addition to being vicious and having a keen sense of smell, It often meant that they had enough claws and teeth and a sufficiently powerful backer. The best way to deal with a vicious dog like this who was difficult to deal with and could not be beaten was to stay at a respectful distance. Just like now. He had just arrived, and his breathing had not calmed, but he already had dozens of files in his hand. One of them had recorded the identity of this suspicious youth in detail. This youth called Ding Ning did not realize the terror of the slightly fat middle-aged official who looked easy to talk to. As he used the dry cloth Mo Qinggong gave him to wipe the mud off his face, he looked curiously at the cold chariot with tiger patterns and the wolf patterns on the sword hilts of the green-armored swordsman on the chariot. He did not immediately answer Mo Qinggong's question, and asked instead, "This is the tiger-wolf army of the Qin dynasty?" Mo Qinggong wiped the sweat on his forehead and answered, "Yes." "Who exactly lives in that small courtyard?" After rubbing away the dirt on his face, Ding Ning, who looked even more handsome and intelligent, said seriously, "You have to mobilize so many people." Mo Qinggong felt more and more that Ding Ning was interesting. The other's calm presence inexplicably infected him. He calmed down slightly, and his eyes gradually lit up. "Have you heard of the sword furnace?" He was not angry, and asked in a pleasant manner. "Sword furnace of the Zhao?" Ding Ning was slightly dazed. "Yes." Mo Qinggong looked kindly at him and said patiently, "Ever since the Qin dynasty and the Zhao started to fight, the people of the world understood that the strongest cultivation place in the Zhao was not the Azure Sun Sword Tower, but that seemingly ordinary smithy. The 8 direct disciples of the sword furnace were all people who could slaughter a city with one blow. The Zhao has been destroyed by our dynasty for 13 years, but the remnants of the sword furnace are still a thorn in the throat of the Qin dynasty. If they are not removed, we will not be at ease. Today, the one executed was the 7th disciple of the sword furnace, Zhao Zhon. No wonder. Ding Ning said thoughtfully as he looked through the cracks of the chariot at the small courtyard that was completely gone and had many cultivators searching every corner. Mo Qinggong smiled slightly. "Now you understand why I asked you these trivial questions in the beginning?" Ding Ning nodded seriously. "A great enemy of an enemy country is hiding here. Of course, all the people nearby have to be investigated, especially those like me who do not live here." Mo Qinggong nodded in praise. "Then you can answer my previous question now?" Ding Ning smiled and said, "Actually, the incense shop over there has not been any business in the last 2 days, so we could only come here. We had not expected to be delayed by a storm, and to encounter such a matter." Mo Qinggong was silent for a moment. Then he grabbed an umbrella from beside him and handed it to Ding Ning. "Since this is the case, you can leave." Ding Ning was slightly shocked. His eyes were bright as he asked, "Just this simple? You still do not bear to leave? Do not seek trouble for yourself." Mo Qinggong scolded, angry and amused. He waved his hand for the youth to leave quickly. "Then your umbrella? If I do not come to take it, I will give it to you." Looking at Ding Ning's back, Mo Qinggong's expression grew cold. After a moment of thought, he shouted towards the canopy behind him. "Summon Qin Huaishu." A thin young person dressed in blue robes walked into this temporary canopy not long after he shouted. Mo Qinggong raised his head slightly and looked at the young person who walked in front of him. His finger tapped lightly on the open file in front of him. After tapping a dozen times, he slowly asked, "This youth from Falling Parasol called Ding Ning, you made this file. Do you have any impression?" The thin young person stood respectfully with his head bowed. He said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing, "Yes." Mo Qinggong looked coldly at him and said in a deep voice, "Based on this, he and his wine shop aunt's background can be said to be extremely clean. But the key is, why did you make a copy like this?" The thin young person seemed to have expected that he would ask such a question and responded without hesitation. "This youth is undoubtedly from the Qin, and his past is clear. This subordinate made this investigation file because Fenghu Province had interacted with him. Fenghu Province had once invited Fang Xiumu to visit him." Mo Qinggong stilled. "Fenghu Province?" The thin young person nodded. After this youth's parents died of illness when he was young, his aunt took care of him. His aunt has a wine shop in Falling Parasol. While the shop is small, it is very famous. People from Fenghu province came to this wine shop to buy wine. Probably because they felt this youth had potential, they invited Fang Xiumu to personally visit him. Mo Qinggong frowned slightly. His fingers unconsciously started to tap on the file again. And then, he asked after a moment of thought. The thin young person answered seriously. After Fang Xiumu saw him, Fenghu province did not have any more contact with this youth. This subordinate speculated that Fang Xiumu felt that he was not enough to become a cultivator. Also, this youth's status was low, and his background was not suspicious. So this subordinate only sealed the file as usual and did not spend more effort to investigate. For the first time, Mo Qinggong had an expression of praise in his eyes. "You did well." The thin young person's expression did not change. He said calmly, "This subordinate is just doing his duty." Mo Qinggong thought and asked, "Can the wine from a small wine shop in a place like Falling Parasol enter the eyes of Fenghu province?" The thin young person shook his head. His wine shop is famous because his aunt is extremely beautiful. Mo Qinggong was completely shocked. The thin young person still did not look up, but an imperceptible smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. He thought, "Official, if you really see that woman, you will be even more shocked." Mo Qinggong smiled mockingly at himself. He suddenly looked seriously at the thin young person and said softly, "For the opening of Lingshu Sword Gate this time, I have put you on the recommendation list." Official. Previously, this thin young person had maintained a respectful and steady attitude. But Mo Qinggong's words caused him to tremble violently as though he had been struck by lightning. He could not help but exclaim in shock. Mo Qinggong's expression did not change much. He patted the excited young person's shoulder and said slowly, "Before you go to Lingshu Sword Gate to cultivate, help me with one last thing. Help me investigate the origins of him and the people around him. Help me investigate what Fang Xiumu said about him." All the streets of Changling were straight, just like Zhao Zhon had said. Even the turrets were evenly distributed throughout the city. At this time, on the turret closest to Mo Qinggong's canopy, there was a wisteria chair behind the curtain of rain. An old man dressed in ordinary plain cloth robes sat on the chair. His sparse white hair fell to his shoulders like roots. Behind the old man was a tall young person dressed in yellow cloth robes. The young person had a scholarly appearance, a quiet and gentle demeanor. He was the type that people would easily have a good impression of at first sight. At this time, his hands were on the back of the wisteria chair, and he appeared humble and friendly. "What are you thinking about?" the old man said with a smile as he moved his gaze away from the distance. The yellow-robed young person moved lightly to the old man's side. He said respectfully, "Master, since Bureau Chief Yi was able to kill Zhao Zhon alone, this means she has at least passed the threshold of Realm 7 second class. But I do not understand. In Changling at this time, other than Bureau Chief Yi, there are other people who can kill Zhao Zhon alone. Why does His Majesty want Bureau Chief Yi, who is cultivating overseas, to come back?" The old man smiled slightly. He reached out with a withered finger and pointed at the curtain of rain outside the turret. "What do you see?" The yellow-robed young person tried to focus. In the torrential rain, he only saw the straight streets. He said apologetically, "This disciple is slow and asks for master's guidance. You are looking too close. You only see the streets in front of you, but you cannot see the borders of Changling." The old man narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "But you should know that this city is the only one in the world that does not have an outer wall. The reason it does not need a wall is because the sword of each Qin person is the wall." The yellow-robed young person's expression grew solemn and he was silent. "His Majesty, or rather, Minister Li, sees much further than you." The old man looked kindly at the yellow-robed young person and said with slight disdain, "There are at least two reasons for summoning Bureau Chief Yi back. One is that while Changling does not lack experts of our dynasty who can kill Zhao Zhon alone, one more is always more powerful." Previously, Bureau Chief Yi had great fame, but most people suspect that she has not even reached Realm 7. Today, Bureau Chief Yi's assassination of Zhao Zhon will be the loudest thunder in autumn. The invisible walls of Changling will be thicker. The other reason is that Bureau Chief Yi has been cultivating overseas for many years. Everyone, including us, has doubts. We suspect that Bureau Chief Yi is not trusted by His Majesty and has been exiled. Now that Bureau Chief Yi has returned to eliminate evil, this can only mean that His Majesty and Bureau Chief Yi have always had a close relationship. The rumors and doubts will be dispelled. Minister Li does see much further than me. The yellow-robed young person sighed softly. When he spat out the two words, Prime Minister Li, his expression was one of admiration and shame. Minister Li was a noble title. The Qin dynasty had two ministers, one surnamed Yang, the other Li. These two ministers were different in age, appearance, hobbies, and strengths, but they were both mysterious and powerful. Their mysteriousness and power came from the fact that most places in Changling were shrouded in their shadows. Everyone was certain that they were powerful cultivators, but no one had seen them fight. Not many qualified to see their true faces. True strength came from the fact that many people who were already very strong and feared in the world were only their loyal subordinates. People who were too strong often had no friends. So in Changling, when people mentioned Minister Li or Minister Yang, the corresponding emotions were usually reverence, terror, and anger. There was rarely true admiration in the eyes of this yellow-robed young person. Master's view should be correct. His Majesty has focused on cultivation in this period of time. Minister Li should be in charge of matters like this, but the Deer Mountain Conference is near. He should have more ideas for summoning Bureau Chief Yi back at this time. The yellow-robed young person sighed softly and said after a moment of thought. The old man smiled in satisfaction. In his view, his last disciple was not very talented or intelligent, but his personality was as straight and open as the roads of Changling. He had no innate enmity towards anyone. He looked at people with an attitude of learning the strengths of others. A person like this, in the turbulent Qin dynasty, lived long and walked far. It was not a problem that he did not see far enough. If he could walk far enough, he would see more than other people. The rare rainstorm showed no signs of stopping. A thin layer of water had accumulated on the streets of Changling. Ding Ning, whose face had been wiped clean but whose robes were still stained, was walking towards an alley with many sycamore trees. Chapter 3. For a city that did not usually get much rain, the unprepared rainstorm toppled the plantains, bent the walls, leaked the roofs, and wet the goods that could not be transported in time. It was always annoying. The streets of Falling Parasol, according to the name, were impoverished residences with many parasol trees. In Changling, impoverished households were the collective name for peddlers, traveling doctors, tenants and helpers who did not have their own houses, and even idlers. Compared to ordinary streets and alleys, it was harder for people to have a sense of elegance in a place like this. Other than the fallen leaves that had been blown down by the wind and rain, there were also some bubbles mixed with vegetable leaves and chicken dung floating in the puddles on the uneven stone pavement. Ding Ning, whose feet were completely soaked and his body covered in mud, seemed to be in a hurry. But the 1000 Works butter cloth umbrella in his hand was much better than ordinary umbrellas on the market, and also much heavier. This formed a significant burden for him. He had to change the hand holding the umbrella and the oil bottle, and prevent the umbrella from being blown to the side by the wind and rain. So he could not walk quickly. The shops facing the street ahead were all hidden in the shadows of the rain and parasol trees. He could only vaguely see a wordless blue wine flag fluttering helplessly inside. Below the green wine flag was a small wine shop. The layout and furnishings were no different from ordinary self-brewed wine shops. There were a few crude square tables in the hall. On the counter, in addition to wine jars, there were crude porcelain jars for peanuts, pickles, and other side dishes to go with wine. Once inside, it was the place where the wine was brewed and the place where the owner lived. Walking under the eaves of the wine shop, Ding Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief. He put away the heavy umbrella, shook his sore arms, and casually scraped the mud on the soles and uppers of his shoes at the doorsill before walking in. The wine shop was empty without a single customer. It was not that business was usually cold. Just looking at the corners of the tables and chairs that had been rubbed until they were glossy by the sleeves, one could see how many times these tables and chairs had been rubbed by people in a day. It was just that the rich and elegant drinkers might not be in the mood to go out in this weather, while the drinkers who didn't need elegance might be busy dealing with their leaky roofs in the sudden rainstorm. Can't you just rub the mud off your shoes on the stone steps outside? Why do you have to rub it against the door? A female voice that was obviously displeased sounded from the inner court. It was like a chilly autumn wind that swept through the empty tables and chairs. Ding Ning smiled unconcernedly. You don't want to do business properly anyway. You even cut out a few of the original dozen or so basic brewing processes. Why are you afraid of having more mud on your door? The courtyard was silent for a few seconds before soft footsteps could be heard. The curtain separating the courtyard from the inner courtyard was lifted. If I had known that opening a wine shop in a place like this would attract so many idle people, I would never have listened to your idea. The voice of the woman who lifted the curtain was cold and filled with anger. Also, whether there is mud at the door or not is a matter of personal feelings, and has nothing to do with business. Ding Ning thought and said seriously, I can apologize for the part about personal feelings. But if business is too good, and there are too many idle people, it has nothing to do with me. It is just because you are too beautiful. Also, opening a wine shop is better than trying to gather information in the red light district. When have you ever heard of a woman from a decent family who has a decent life wanting to enter a brothel? Or a natural wanderer, but a wanderer who sells her art and not her body? This is not normal. Do you think the people of the Astrology Bureau and the Divinity Bureau are idiots? The woman did not say anything else because she knew that every word Ding Ning said was true, including that she was too beautiful. Most of the women's beauty came from their makeup and charm. Most of them had particularly beautiful parts on their bodies or had unique temperaments. Some women's facial features didn't look good on their own, but when put together, they were exceptionally pleasing to the eye. But at this moment, this woman who was standing quietly in the cold wine shop was beautiful in every way. Her facial features, her figure, and her bearing, whether it was a single part of her or a single part of her, were all extremely beautiful. She could no longer be considered young. However, what was even more frightening was that she happened to be in between youth and maturity. She possessed both types of charm. Even though there was anger hidden in her eyes and her expression was excessively cold, she still gave others the feeling that she was too beautiful even though she was wearing the most ordinary of plain-colored hemp clothes. That ordinary linen robe, on her body, seemed to be the most beautiful and precious clothing in the world. But anyone who saw this woman would believe that the kind of devastatingly beautiful face that was recorded in books really existed. She just stood there coldly, wearing the most ordinary of clothes, but every part of her body seemed to be glowing, able to stir the strings of a zither that could make one's heart flutter. Her appearance was unusual. Her conversation with Ding Ning was also unusual. Because on the records of the Divinity Bureau, her name was Zhongsun Qianxue, and her identity was Ding Ning's aunt. Yet no aunt would have such an atmosphere of conflict with the nephew they relied on for survival. The wine shop was silent and cold. Ding Ning's expression grew solemn. He started to think of the 5 academicians of the Astrology Bureau who had surrounded Zhao Zhon's courtyard. He thought of the courtyard that had been turned to rubble in an instant. His clear eyes started to have complicated emotions. Zhao Zhon is dead. Yi Xileng has returned, he said softly. After a long silence, the beautiful woman frowned slightly and asked coldly, Yi Xileng did it alone? Ding Ning guessed the woman's thoughts and said seriously, she did it alone. But the formation formed by the 5 academicians of the Astrology Bureau caused much of Zhao Zhon's energy to dissipate into the sky. Also, Yi Xileng was wounded. She was wounded. Zhongsun Qianxue frowned slightly. I cannot see the severity of the wound, but she is definitely wounded. Ding Ning looked at her eyes and said, Yi Xileng comes from Tianyi Sword Pavilion, and cultivates the Li Water divine art. In such stormy weather, she is much stronger than usual. So while she was able to kill Zhao Zhon alone, she was wounded. This means that her cultivation is about the same as Zhao Zhon's. Zhongsun Qianxue thought for a moment. Then Realm 7 second class. She and Ding Ning spoke in a calm tone as though they were chatting normally. But if the officials of the Divinity Bureau could hear this, they would be shocked to an unimaginable level. Even though dozens of cultivators appeared in that alley today, several swordsmen even spat out blood from the energy that leaked out, unable to stand up, looking extremely miserable. Normally, any one of those swordsmen could easily sweep through more than 10 streets like this in half an hour. Only those with talent, fortuitous encounters, and unique constitutions could step into the ranks of cultivators. Cultivation was an unattainable existence for ordinary people. Cultivators who could cultivate to realm 6 and above were fated to leave a mark in the history books of the future. Especially someone like Bureau Chief Yi. Her birth and cultivation method were extremely mysterious. Even the academicians of the Astrology Bureau might not know. But for these two people, it was not a secret. If the plain-robed old man and the scholarly young man on the turret could hear this conversation, they would be even more shocked. They were the ones with the best eyes in this city. But if they could hear this conversation, they would find that these two people saw more clearly than them in terms of cultivation. Wind blew into the wine shop and messed up Jongsun Qianshue's long hair. This beautiful woman casually combed her messy hair and said in a serious and commanding tone, "Go wash up and then wait for me on the bed. I'll close the door." Even Ding Ning stilled and then grimaced. "Now, isn't this too early?" Jongsun Qianshue glanced at him and turned coldly. "Maybe the cold energy of this storm is too strong. My vital energy is unstable." Ding Ning's relaxed expression disappeared and he said seriously, "This is a very important matter." Chapter 4. To be able to comprehend the mysteries and open the secret orifices of the body, this was the first realm of cultivation, profound understanding, and officially stepping into the ranks of cultivators who had transcended the mortal world. Looking inside with one's mind, connecting the meridians, the vital energy in the 5 organs that flowed endlessly, this was the second realm of cultivation, energy refinement. In this second realm, one could use vital energy to fight enemies externally, and cleanse the bones and marrow internally. One could obtain benefits that ordinary people could not imagine. But for cultivators who passed the second realm, unless there was great hatred or a matter of life and death, other matters were not as important as cultivation. Ordinary joy could not compare to the joy of solving a problem in cultivation, and feeling the body grow and change. When one could draw primal energies of the universe into the body and merge them into vital energy, this was the third realm of cultivation, vital energy realm. There were no two cultivators in the world with the same talent. Even twins born at the same time would have countless minute differences at birth. Even if one had the help of a master on the path of cultivation, the eyes of the master would not be able to see all the details in a disciple's body. So on the path of cultivation, one needed to comprehend on their own, like a person who was not good at swimming feeling the stones to cross the river in the dark. It was dangerous at every moment, and each realm was more difficult than the last. Those who could speak of vital energy were at least realm 3 and above. Ding Ning naturally knew what realm her true cultivation had reached, and knew the danger and urgency contained in her cold and calm words. But he did everything in an orderly manner without any panic. After quickly washing his body and changing into a clean set of clothing, he carefully cut a bowl of tofu, sprinkled chopped green onions, and drizzled sesame oil. After eating 2 bowls of leftover rice with this bowl of tofu mixed with green onions, he walked into the bedroom in the inner courtyard. In reality, with his present body, he did not care about missing a meal. But he knew, maybe just buying the sesame oil without such an oversight could cause the officials of the Astrology Bureau to discover some hidden facts. He was also very clear that according to the habit of the Astrology Bureau, after 2 consecutive confirmations that there was no problem, the Astrology Bureau would destroy the investigation files related to him. For a very long time in the future, the Astrology Bureau's attention would not fall on him. This was one of the reasons he had purposefully appeared in front of Mo Qinggong and the others today. There were 2 beds in the simple bedroom, separated by a grey curtain. In an ordinary family that didn't have any extra rooms, it was extremely normal to live in the same room with one's aunt. However, after closing the bedroom door, Ding Ning did not walk to his own bed. Instead, he walked to Jongsun Qianshue's bed. He quickly took off his coat and tidied up the bedding. Like many nights in the past, when he lay down quietly against the wall, Jongsun Qianshue's figure came through the darkness to the bed and lay down beside him. "Let's begin." Other than coldness, Jongsun Qianshue's eyes showed no other emotions. She didn't even look at Ding Ning as she lay down beside Ding Ning. As she spat out these 3 words, her body began to emit a real, chilling aura. In the darkness, Ding Ning stared at her. Looking at her cold and frosty face, countless complex emotions surged in his eyes. A bitter smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth, but in the next moment, all the emotions in his eyes disappeared and became incomparably clear. The expression on his face became extremely solemn and dignified. A unique presence faintly came off his body. Even the minuscule dust in the air was blown away. The space several meters around him and Zhongsun Qianxue seemed to be cleansed by water. This presence was very similar to the presences of the 5 great reverends holding the black umbrellas in the alley and the cultivators who had arrived later. But it was slightly weaker. But even weak, it was enough to prove that he was a cultivator. Zhongsun Qianxue quickly sank into a deep sleep. Her breathing became slow and long. Yet her body grew colder. White frost started to appear on the bedding. Even the breath she exhaled was filled with tiny blue ice granules. Every tiny blue ice grain that landed on the cold and hard mattress would turn into a wisp of blue energy that was colder than ordinary ice and snow with a strange pop. When the rising blue energy came into contact with the moist air, it immediately formed snow and ice. So on the bedding around her, there seemed to be countless ice flowers that were blue on the inside and white on the surface growing. At the same time she began to exhale these azure ice grains, her eyelashes that were submerged in the darkness trembled slightly, and her brows furrowed. It was as if her body could feel the pain while she was cultivating unconsciously. Ding Ning closed his eyes in worry. A layer of frost also formed on the surface of his body, but his face became redder and redder. His body became hotter and hotter, and the blood vessels that were usually hidden under his skin bulged and protruded. One could even faintly see the rapid flow of blood in his blood vessels. In the quiet bedroom, the sound of hot wind blowing in the stove sounded. There was no aura flowing out of his body, but it was as if his body had become a vessel with a unique attraction. Soft cracking sounds came from the bed. The ice flowers on the bedding started to shatter. The blue energy visible to the naked eye slowly seeped into his body. The white frost danced around Zhongsun Qianxue and Ding Ning. In this narrow space, it formed a wind and snow. Ding Ning's chest grew brighter in the wind and rain. His organs gave off faint red light and heat. Yet, to the surrounding wind and snow, it was like a weak candle flame that could be extinguished at any time. Cultivation was a wondrous process. In Ding Ning's consciousness, he was standing in an empty space. This space seemed to be enclosed but also vast. There were 5 colored energies falling down. This was the energy sea of a cultivator. Beneath his feet was a light blue sea. In the depths of the incomparably clean sea water, there seemed to be a sparkling and translucent space, like a palace made of jade. This was the jade palace that cultivators spoke of. Above his head, in the middle of the 5 colored energies, there was an especially bright space. That was the celestial aperture. If the energy sea, jade palace, and celestial aperture could be comprehended and connected, the energies of the organs would flow endlessly and turn into physical energy. Yet at this time, in the center of his energy sea, there was no physical energy condensing. The threads of 5 colored energies that flowed to the center turned into burning flames after merging. The clean and transparent flames carried terrifying heat and roasted the celestial aperture above him, as though they would burn through the entire energy sea. Yet, there were countless blue ice grains falling from the center of the energy sea. Each falling grain extinguished a ball of flame. Then a transparent and heavy thread of physical energy formed and fell into the jade palace below the energy sea. Time slowly passed. The 5 colored energies in the energy sea grew fainter. The flames were about to be extinguished, but the blue ice grains did not stop and continued to fall. For Ding Ning, this was a true surprise. In a breath, he woke up at a speed ordinary cultivators could not imagine and opened his eyes. Multiple pieces of ice fell from his eyelashes. He did not look at his body. In the darkness, he saw the surrounding wind and snow still falling. A layer of hard ice had formed on the surface of Zhongsun Qianxue's body. Her body didn't have much heat, as if her blood had been frozen. However, a presence was still circulating on its own in her body, blowing out fine blue ice particles from her body. Ding Ning's eyes filled with shock. He realized what had happened. Without any hesitation, he covered Zhongsun Qianshue's body like a blanket. The moment their bodies touched, the biting cold air caused his face to become incomparably pale. However, in the next moment, his consciousness entered his energy sea, forgetting himself. He hugged Zhongsun Qianshue, who had turned into a block of ice, and unconsciously hugged her tighter. His skin started to heat up and turn red. With a crack, the hard ice shell on Zhongsun Qianshue's body broke. Countless ice shards did not fall on the bedding. Instead, they were shattered into powder that was even finer than flour by some kind of power between the two of them and drifted away. Chapter 5. Zhongsun Qianshue woke up. Her awakening was not an ordinary awakening, but the awakening of her consciousness in her energy sea. She saw herself standing in her energy sea. The sea surface under her feet and the rainbow energies were completely frozen. Even the vital energy falling from her celestial aperture was frozen like a waterfall. She started to realize that she had completely lost control of her body and vital energy. She had walked on the border of life and death. Yet she did not rejoice because she knew the threat of death had not passed. She saw a faint red light in the celestial aperture at the top of the waterfall-like vital energy. That was Ding Ning's energy. While she could not understand what method Ding Ning had used to awaken her consciousness in time, she knew she could only rely on herself to survive. Her emotions once again sank into absolute calm. She used all her power to sink her consciousness into the Jade Palace in her energy sea that was completely frozen. The Jade Palace gave off a slight vibration. With just a slight vibration, countless cracks appeared on the frozen surface of the sea. The frozen waterfall also had numerous cracks. Vital energy started to flow. Like all things coming to life, the tiny water flows melted the ice, and then turned into larger water flows that gathered to form a sea. The rainbow energies started to flow. All of the blue cold energy was suppressed by the vital energy and pushed into the deepest part of the Jade Palace. The sea water under her feet became clear, a faint and indescribable blue. Along with the clarity of her chi sea, a wisp of strange color in her Jade Palace also faintly appeared. It was a blue-black sword. At the center of her Jade Palace, there was a blue-black sword that seemed to be resting. The blue-black sword was so deep it seemed to be able to swallow a person's soul. Just a glance was enough to cause people to feel a fiendish presence. Zhongsun Qianshue's body was no longer cold. Her breath no longer contained terrifying blue ice particles that flew out. She opened her eyes and finally woke up. She had returned to the world from the border of life and death. Then she saw Ding Ning, who was tightly holding her. Her eyes were instantly filled with anger and killing intent. She raised her hand slightly and was about to hit the head of Ding Ning, who was nestled in her arms. This palm seemed gentle, but it contained some kind of mysterious power. It emitted an indescribable aura of destruction. Ding Ning slept soundly. He was extremely weak and exhausted. The moment he felt Zhongsun Qianshue's vital energy start to flow, he felt at ease. He hugged Zhongsun Qianshue and fell into a deep sleep. He did not feel the approach of death at all. Zhongsun Qianshue's face grew colder and colder, but when she saw Ding Ning's overly pale face and relaxed expression, her palms became slower and slower. In the end, she took a deep breath. Before her palm landed on Ding Ning's head, the destructive aura turned into countless gentle and warm streams of air. All the moisture that the frost had turned into was shaken out of the bedding. It was shaken into even finer particles and left the bed. She pushed aside Ding Ning's hands, stood up and walked to the window. There was a faint light outside the window. The storm had stopped and the sun was about to rise. Ding Ning woke up to the crowing of chickens and barking of dogs. The window of the bedroom facing the taro field was open. Even though there was a fence covered in luffa vines, Ding Ning could still feel the fresh air coming from the taro field. Nearby, the sounds of pots and pans, carriages and horses moving, shouts, and the sounds of husband and wife arguing reached his ears. After the storm, all of Changling seemed to recover and become even more lively. Zhongsun Qianshue was standing in front of this window. She did not turn her head but immediately knew that Ding Ning had woken up. She said coldly, "You were too impudent last night. If there is a next time, I will not hesitate to kill you." Looking at her beautiful back, Ding Ning's expression did not change. He said in a low voice, "You should know that my cultivation is much lower than yours. If I want to save you, I only have that one method. Also, based on the situation last night, the 9 nether sword art is far more powerful than I imagined. You must be more patient in your cultivation." Zhongsun Qianxue turned around and looked calmly at him who had just stood up. "Do you not feel that your words are laughable?" Ding Ning frowned slightly. "How is it laughable?" Zhongsun Qianxue said, "If you do not feel that some things are more important than life and death, why did you find me and plot against your emperor?" Ding Ning shook his head and said seriously, "This is not the same. There is no difference." Zhongsun Qianxue said disdainfully, "For you, taking revenge for your master is more important than life and death. For me, this matter is more important than my life and death." Hearing this, Ding Ning was silent for a moment and then said seriously in a low voice, "I told you before, I am not his disciple. Also, if you have an accident like this next time, I will still choose to save you." Zhongsun Qianxue's eyebrows rose slightly. A hint of anger appeared at the corner of her eyes. "Don't say such useless nonsense to me. If you are not that person's disciple, you would not know what method I cultivate. If you are not that person's disciple, you would not be able to cultivate the suicidal 9-death silkworm divine art. You would not have your cultivation and knowledge at such an age." Cold murderousness appeared in her eyes again. "I only want to remind you again, the fact that you are that person's disciple is enough for me to kill you. I won't kill you, but your existence can help me cultivate faster." Ding Ning was silent for many breaths. He raised his head, looked at the angry her, and asked seriously, "Do you really hate him so much? Is there anyone in the world who does not hate him? Even your own Qin people hate him." Zhongsun Qianxue said expressionlessly, "Those who do not hate him are almost all dead." Ding Ning looked at her beautiful eyes and said even more seriously, "Since this is the case, why did you come to Changling?" Zhongsun Qianxue glanced at him. Her anger slowly disappeared and her expression became cold and calm again. "You think that I am in Changling because of my past relationship with him? I just feel it is not fair. I just feel that he has done so many things and ended up like this. I feel it is not fair. But because I feel it is not fair, I want to kill your emperor." Ding Ning grew quiet. He did not argue and said, "I will go to fish market today to kill someone and then return." Zhongsun Qianxue frowned slightly. "You just attracted the interest of the Divinity Bureau again. Are you sure this is a good time?" Ding Ning nodded. "Zhao Zhon has just died. The powerful people of the Astrology Bureau and the Divinity Bureau will have more things to do." Zhongsun Qianxue glanced at him and asked, "Who do you want to kill?" Ding Ning rubbed his face and said softly, "Song Shu." Zhongsun Qianxue thought carefully. Her memory was not very good, but fortunately, there were not many cultivators in Changling. Also, this name was related to the library of the Qin dynasty, so she immediately searched her mind for this person's name. She looked at the serious Ding Ning like she was looking at an idiot. A cultivator who just reached Realm 2 third class says he wants to kill a Realm 3 first class cultivator? Ding Ning said softly, "There is no difference under Realm 4. There is no difference under Realm 4? Zhongsun Qianxue's eyes were murderous. She looked coldly at Ding Ning. "You still say you are not that person's disciple? Only he dares to say such a thing. But if other people think so, they will only die." Ding Ning was silent for a moment and said, "I will try my best to be careful. But if I have not returned here by midnight, you will think of a way to leave Changling yourself." Zhongsun Qianxue turned away from him and said coldly, "Do not worry, I am not so stupid as to stay and die with you." Her words were emotionless, but Ding Ning looked at her profile and smiled slightly. He knew better than most people in the world that some people appeared to have feelings but were fickle. Some people appeared emotionless but had feelings. Chapter 6. The storm suddenly stopped. Most people in Changling sighed in relief. The good weather that they usually hated seemed to become friendly. Many merchant caravans hurried to deal with the damp goods. But unexpectedly, after noon, the sky became hazy again. Then a rain quickly covered all of Changling. This rain wasn't as violent as last night's, but it was very lingering, and it seemed like it wouldn't stop for a while. The streets and alleys were covered in mist and rain. Once again, it was impossible to see clearly. In the south of Changling, there was a building that looked like a Daoist temple. It was dozens of acres in size. The Qin dynasty gave great rewards. Anyone who could kill one enemy would be rewarded with a rank of nobility, a mansion of 9 acres. If they killed 2,000 people, they could enjoy 300 families' taxes. So most of the residences in Changling, and even the residences of ordinary soldiers, were unusually large in the past. Changling had expanded again and again. This building in the south of Changling was not large. Yet other than a few important people in the depths of the imperial palace, all the nobility of the Qin dynasty were deeply wary and fearful of this place. Because this was where the Divinity Bureau was located. The Qin dynasty mainly relied on the Astrology Bureau to investigate and handle cases. The Astrology Bureau had thousands of officials, and the officials had countless customers. Also, major cases did not need to be reported to the other bureaus, and could be directly reported to the Astrology Bureau. So the Astrology Bureau's power was always above the other bureaus. But the Divinity Bureau was an exception. There were less than 100 officials in the Divinity Bureau, less than a tenth of the Astrology Bureau. Usually, they were only responsible for investigation and surveillance, but the targets of investigation and surveillance were all kinds of officials, cultivators, and people who could become cultivators. Thus, the Divinity Bureau was a secret organization set up by the emperor and the 2 prime ministers, who were second only to the emperor and above everyone else, to monitor officials and cultivators. Also, all the officials of the Divinity Bureau were war orphans. They were the children of generals and soldiers who had died in battle. These people did not have many attachments, and would not be threatened by others. So they were usually colder and more heartless. Therefore, in the eyes of most officials and cultivators, the Divinity Bureau was even more terrifying than the Astrology Bureau. Mo Qinggong was in a study of the Divinity Bureau. Unlike in the past, his slightly fat body gave off a faint scent of blood. There was no smile on his oily face, only a barely discernible wave of fiendish energy. This aura even caused some of the autumn insects that often lived in the surrounding courtyards to flee without a trace. What caused him to be in such a bad mood was Bureau Chief Yi of the Astrology Bureau. Last night, Bureau Chief Yi had killed the 7th disciple of the Sword Furnace, Zhao Zhon, with one blow and pulled out a thorn in the Qin dynasty's throat. This was something that every Qin person was proud of. But now, there was concrete evidence that the Divinity Bureau official, Mu Rongcheng, had not died at Zhao Zhon's hands, but at her. The officials of the Divinity Bureau were present to supervise the work of the officials of the other bureaus. Mu Rongcheng was also a cultivator with great potential. After killing Mu Rongcheng, Bureau Chief Yi and the other academicians of the Astrology Bureau didn't even treat the wounds on Mu Rongcheng's body. This meant that they did not care to conceal anything. Yi Xileng, Bureau Chief Yi, was too arrogant. What angered him even more was that Zhao Zhon's identity had been detected by the Divinity Bureau. While Zhao Zhon was dead, there were still 3 direct disciples of the Zhao Sword Furnace, and who knew how many remnants of the Zhao were behind them. Originally, according to the Divinity Bureau's plan, after killing Zhao Zhon, they would use the method of exposing the corpse in the streets to draw out more remnants of the Zhao. Yet, Yi Xileng had used some unknown method to bury Zhao Zhon, and received the emperor's silent approval. This undoubtedly caused many of the Divinity Bureau's efforts and subsequent arrangements to turn to nothing. At this time, there were rhythmic knocks on the door. Qin Huaishu walked into the room and in front of his desk. "Did you ask clearly?" Mo Qinggong looked up, suppressing his anger as he asked in a low voice. Qin Huaishu nodded respectfully and said directly, "Fenghu Province has given a clear answer. That falling parasol wine shop youth has great talent, but he has a rare yang overload body." Mo Qinggong frowned in a bad mood. What is a yang overload body? A kind of body with too much yang energy. Qin Huaishu explained in detail, This type of physique has the energy of the 5 viscera many times stronger than an ordinary person's. However, due to the intense burning of the torch fire, this type of physique has already deteriorated when an ordinary person is in their prime. Mo Qinggong's expression grew uglier. Simply speaking, the fire is too strong, and they burn their blood essence. The meaning is about the same. Ordinary fire can be cured by burning one's blood essence. But this kind of body, even Fang Xiumu does not have a way. Even if there are spirit medicines and treasures, it is not worth using them on him. Qin Huaishu nodded. There was sympathy and regret in his eyes. He knew just how difficult it was for a person of ordinary birth to enter the eyes of those truly important people. That youth from Falling Parasol, from a certain point of view, had the potential to reach the heavens in one step. But because of his body, he was fated to continue living in that kind of dilapidated street. Mo Qinggong had sat in a prominent position for many years, so he naturally did not feel as emotional as Qin Huaishu, who was still struggling to climb up. Since he could not become a cultivator, this meant that the youth could not become someone useful to the Divinity Bureau. So he just shook his head slightly and threw the youth's papers into a brazier used to burn documents. The bright red flames licked the edges of the brazier like snakes. Mo Qinggong was silent for a long time. Yet Qin Huaishu did not leave immediately as he had expected. He looked up again at Qin Huaishu. "Official, there is a problem with Murong Cheng's identity." Qin Huaishu continued to speak. His voice grew even lower. If one did not pay attention, they would not be able to hear clearly. Mo Qinggong immediately narrowed his eyes and said in puzzlement, "While Murong Cheng is not familiar with us, we know his family background. What problem can there be?" Qin Huaishu said, "There is no problem with his birth. But he just set a marriage with the Shu Marquessate establishment a few days ago. If there are no accidents, he will probably marry into the Shu Marquessate establishment this winter." Marry into the Shu Marquessate establishment? Mo Qinggong's pupils unconsciously contracted and he felt a strong wave of coldness. In the Qin dynasty, there was only one way to become a marquis, through military service. One had to pay taxes to 10,000 households and thousands of square meters of good land to become a marquis. One had to kill 2,000 enemies for 300 households. How much military service was needed for 10,000 households? Even a person who did not know how to calculate could estimate that terrifying number. So in the Qin dynasty, there were only 13 people who qualified to be called marquis. 2 prime ministers, 2 bureau chiefs, and 13 marquises. These 13 marquises, the 2 bureau chiefs of the Astrology Bureau and the Divinity Bureau, and the 2 mysterious and powerful prime ministers were the top existences of this powerful dynasty. A grimace slowly appeared at the corners of Mo Qinggong's mouth. He once again grabbed a document in front of him and threw it into the brazier next to him. Regardless of whether the highest person in the Divinity Bureau, Bureau Chief Chen sitting in the innermost room of the Divinity Bureau, knew that Yi Xileng was marrying into the Shu Marquessate establishment. Regardless of whether Bureau Chief Chen had purposefully arranged this, since this matter involved Bureau Chief Chen and the Shu Marquessate establishment, it was meaningless for him to be angry and discontent with Yi Xileng because of this matter. The rain continued to fall. It was past the normal time for lunch, and the limited number of customers in the wine shop had left. Ding Ning moved a bamboo chair and sat down under the eaves by the door. Then he watched the rain as he started to eat noodles. The noodles were pickled fish slices with pickled cabbage. The snowy white fish slices were mixed messily with the noodles. The fish slices were not neat and did not look good. However, there was enough pickled cabbage and it looked very flavorful. The broth was very thick, and there was a faint but clear layer of oil on the surface. People would feel that the taste would be very good at a glance. Ding Ning leisurely finished eating and drank half of the broth. After washing the bowl, he called out to Zhongsun Qianxue in the back courtyard, changed into a pair of old straw sandals, and walked into the rain with an old umbrella. At the entrance to Falling Parasol, a caravan passed by him. Multiple drivers in straw raincoats muttered out of habit and cursed the terrible weather. Ding Ning smiled slightly. It was not a pleasant thing to travel in the rain through the streets filled with the smell of chicken dung and feces, but this sudden downpour was a gift from the heavens to him. The rain could obscure the sight and perception of many people, wash away many traces, and make the opportunity he had waited so hard for even more perfect. Therefore, even though his straw sandals were wet and uncomfortable, he was in a very good mood. With a happy mood, he walked towards the fish market at the border of Changling. An enormous Wei River passed through the territories of the Qin dynasty and flowed into the Eastern Sea. This enormous river didn't just nourish most of the Qin dynasty's farmland, it also allowed the ships of the Qin dynasty to open up a route to the islands overseas. Some cultivators could even obtain some rare treasures from overseas. When the enormous Wei River reached Changling, it split into multiple tributaries. Its source could be traced back to the border of the Qin dynasty, the wilderness of the Ba Mountains. Changling's fish market was located on the two shores of the East Clear River, the smallest tributary of the Wei River. This small river, just a dozen meters wide, had been cut in the middle due to the need to open up farmland. Some parts of the river inside the city had become fish ponds, and some markets had been built on them. All of these markets were water markets that used ships that could no longer travel as trading places. Yet over the years, countless shacks had been built on the two shores. The roofs and signboards of these shacks covered the sky, and there were countless passageways hidden inside. Even between the water and the mud ponds, there were many stilted buildings. Some crude wooden paths, sampans, some small boats below, and even some slightly larger wooden basins became the means of transportation. This caused this place to become as complicated as a spider web in a saw. Especially when the sky was not very bright, looking down at the center of the market from the high ground on both sides of the river, the dark market at the center of the city was like a ghost town built in the abyss, with layers of ghostly flames and ghostly shadows. This endless market was the fish market. Apart from fish, there were things that not only ordinary people, but also cultivators could imagine. Chapter 7. Even though the Qin dynasty never forbade ordinary people from carrying swords and sabers, and even some public competitions didn't forbid it, some military equipment with great lethality, and even some cultivation tools and cultivation manuals were items that were strictly prohibited from being traded. Most of the things that a cultivator could imagine naturally couldn't be used to trade. Yet these things were hidden in the fish market like fish under lotus leaves. The fish market was a market that had formed spontaneously. Many of the businesses here were not legal. But how could a market like this at the border of Changling, under the feet of so many important people, survive for so many years? Just like at this moment, a thick-browed young man dressed as a foreigner had such a question. He held a slightly tattered yellow oil paper umbrella. He wore a short black muslin robe that Changling people rarely wore. He did not wear shoes, and was barefoot. The tattered yellow oil paper umbrella in his hand was large, but in order to completely cover the body of the person in front of him, a small part of his body was still exposed and completely soaked by the rain. The person in front of him was a very short young man dressed like a scholar. He had an oval face and extremely delicate features. His skin was like white jade without any flaws. Looking at the raindrops that bounced like pearls on the countless shacks in the fish market ahead, the thick-browed young man frowned and could not help but ask the young man who was half a head shorter than him in a deep voice, "Young master, why has such a market always existed?" The young man dressed like a scholar smiled coldly. "Only with the permission of the two prime ministers can this market continue to exist." The thick-browed young man was still puzzled and looked at him in puzzlement. Illegal transactions can often bring in higher profits, and the higher the profits, the more people who are willing to risk their lives to bring in more things. The young man dressed like a scholar said coldly, "In these years, many rare treasures from overseas were able to reach Changling. Many foreign countries and cultivators even established connections with Changling not just because of the Wei River, but also because of this fish market. As for the people sitting high up in the imperial court, they could also obtain things that they couldn't obtain before. Therefore, they chose to turn a blind eye and allow this place to continue to exist. Of course, all the people who do business here naturally know what kind of order those people need, so compared to other large markets in other countries, this place is fairer and safer. Therefore, you must understand one thing. Any business must bring greater benefits to the other party. Only then will the other party be interested in doing business with you. Moreover, the vast majority of outlaws wouldn't ask a tiger for its skin. They wouldn't make deals with those who are far superior to them and can swallow them at any time. The young man dressed like a scholar glanced at the silent, thick-browed young man and said calmly, "It is because of such basic rules that I have the confidence to come here and talk." The roads in Fish Market were rugged and undulating. It was very muddy and difficult to walk on. With a drop of several tens of meters, there were more than 10 passageways of different heights. For those who did not come here often, it was like a maze. But for most of the merchants in Fish Market who did not welcome strollers, they did not mind the roads becoming more complicated and difficult to walk. Therefore, even though the rain was very dark, and the roads between the shops covered by countless canopies were even darker, only a few shops had raised their lanterns. The occasional weak lantern light was like an anomaly, swaying restlessly in the wind. There were still many people moving through Fish Market. Ding Ning put away his umbrella and leaned on it like a walking stick. He easily made his way to the low depths of Fish Market. Because of the storm, many of the areas at the bottom of Fish Market that were usually dry mud ponds were flooded. The water level was only half a meter from the bottom of most stilted buildings. But even so, there were still many small boats floating at the bottom of the stilted buildings and wooden basins floating about in the muddy water. Following a swaying wooden path made of sampans, Ding Ning walked into a small stilted building. This was a very small ink shop that sold ink, paper, and brushes. The owner of the store was a lonely old woman in her 60s. Because she usually didn't have much expenses, and because most transactions in the Fish Market required contracts or handprints, as the only ink shop, the ink sold well, and she was able to make a living. Because she usually did not have much to do, this white-haired old woman had been drinking tea from a crude porcelain cup before she saw Ding Ning. When she saw the youth walking over from the nearby shadows, a warm smile suddenly appeared on her wrinkled face. She turned and took out a plate of dried fruits from a cabinet by the door. "Why have you come in such a heavy rain?" Seeing that Ding Ning only had a pair of wet straw shoes, the old woman was completely reassured. She took out a pair of clean old straw shoes and indicated for Ding Ning to change into them. Ding Ning smiled and did not refuse. He sat at the edge of the tower and washed his feet. He changed into the clean old straw shoes and then examined the roof and walls of this tower. The roof and walls were leaking, but it did not look serious. So Ding Ning was reassured. He sat down on the stool next to the old woman and said, "Seeing the heavy rain yesterday, I was worried that there was a problem with your room and wanted to come take a look. But something came up, so I put it off until now." The old woman laughed. Ever since she saw Ding Ning's figure, she became very happy. "What problem can there be?" She couldn't help but laugh as she said, "Every once in a while, you'll fix my room. You're even more attentive than those boatmen. I think if the rain gets heavier and it rains for a few more days, all the rooms here will leak, but my room won't leak." Seeing her smile, Ding Ning's mood became better. He grabbed a few dried fruits and chewed as he asked, "Do you need to buy anything recently? I will buy it for you later. The firewood, rice, oil, and salt are still full, so you just need to rest." The old woman shook her head. Looking at Ding Ning's slightly pale face, she could not help but shake her head again. She asked lovingly, "Have you had lunch?" "Yes, I have. Fish noodles with pickled cabbage." Ding Ning smiled. The old woman was a little unhappy and said in an unquestionable tone, "Then stay for dinner with me." "Okay." Ding Ning nodded in agreement. "I want to eat pancakes. I will make braised fish and waxed chicken legs for you." The old woman looked at him reproachfully, but there was more meaning in her eyes. "Are pancakes that delicious? You were still young and just happened to come here. It was normal for me to make you a pancake, but you still remember that pancake. If you do business, it is just a pancake, but you ended up doing things for others for so many years. That would be a big loss." "How is that a loss?" Ding Ning said with a smile, "I just did things that were convenient. Mostly, I just accompanied you to talk and listen to stories. I ate a lot of free food." The old woman shook her head, complicated emotions in her eyes. Accompanying and talking, for a lonely old person without children, is the greatest gift. Many people died in Changling in the past, and many people of my age. but very few have my good fortune." Ding Ning did not say anything. He lowered his head and gnawed on dried fruit like a squirrel. One winter many years ago, when he passed by here, the kind old woman had kindly given him a hot pancake. Then he often came here to see the old woman and do what he could. But he knew very well that this was not a matter of pancakes. This was because he owed her. He owed many people. He only hoped that he could slowly repay them, or make up for it. After chatting with the old woman as usual and hearing her talk about the recent events of Fish Market, Ding Ning bid farewell and left. Just like usual, he strolled deeper into Fish Market. Song Shinshu should have entered Fish Market by now. Song Shinshu was a minor treasurer of the library, and someone Ding Ning was familiar with. But unlike the old woman who owned the ink shop, Ding Ning did not owe Song Shinshu anything, but he owed Ding Ning. In the past few years of silent observation, Ding Ning learned some of Song Shinshu's habits, and knew what difficulties he encountered in his cultivation. So he was certain that Song Shinshu would come today for the fire turtle gallbladder, and appear in front of him. Chapter 8. An ordinary carriage stopped at one of the entrances to Fish Market. Song Shinshu, wearing a bamboo hat and the most ordinary linen robes of Changling, got off the carriage and walked into Fish Market. He walked unhurriedly into the depths of Fish Market. While the library of the Qin dynasty had many cultivation records, everyone knew that the most important records of the Qin dynasty were in the caves deep in the imperial palace. So the officials of the library were usually not of high status in Changling, and did not have many chances of earning rewards and promotion through military service. Especially someone like Song Shinshu, who was in his 40s and had white hair at the temples. He would not attract much attention. But Song Shinshu was still very cautious. It was because he was extremely satisfied with his life in the past dozen or so years. Even if he did not have his current official position, just being able to become a cultivator was enough to satisfy him. Especially in the last few years, he had a new understanding of his cultivation method. After finding a way to help him have a breakthrough faster, he became more cautious in his actions. Countless facts proved that it was not important to become a cultivator sooner or later. What was important was the time of the breakthrough. If he could successfully break through Realm 3 and enter Realm 4 this year, then the world in front of him would suddenly expand and have endless possibilities. After silently walking to the bottom of Fish Market, he still did not take off his bamboo hat. He bent his body and walked along a wooden path. He passed under several stilted buildings and came to a dock. There was a small boat with a black awning docked at this dock. Without a word, Song Shinshu lifted the curtain of the awning and stepped into the cabin. When the curtain fell behind him, he sighed softly, took off his bamboo hat, and closed his eyes to rest. Other than his slightly white hair, he took good care of himself. His complexion was rosy, and there were no wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. The small boat started to move. The boat swayed slightly and rhythmically. Song Shinshu, who was resting, felt very comfortable. However, it didn't take long for him to feel a chill in his heart. The path of this small boat seemed to be slightly different than usual. The noise in the surroundings decreased. Only the sound of water remained. This meant that this small boat was moving towards the most secluded part of the market. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked out through the gap of the curtain. Looking at the back of the manservant who was rowing the boat in a straw raincoat, he was not sure. He said coldly, "Is it because of the water level? Today's route seems to be different from usual." "It is different from usual, but it is not because of the rising water level due to the storm." Ding Ning, dressed in a straw raincoat, stopped. He turned around and looked at Song Shinshu in the canopy. His voice was calm, with faint disdain and pleasure. Song Shinshu's head immediately started to hurt. He was certain he had never seen this youth with delicate features before. But this youth's appearance and tone of voice made him felt strange. It was like he was meeting an old friend after a long time. This strange feeling prevented him from thinking about what the young man was trying to do. Instead, he urgently wanted to know the young man's background. "Who are you? You know me?" He tried to remain calm and asked softly. Ding Ning nodded seriously. Song Shinshu, carriage driver of the warden's office 14 years ago. Song Shinshu's face gradually paled. This was the past he did not want to think of or mention. What shocked him even more was that only the people closest to him would know of these past events. Who are you? What do you want to do? He forced down the growing terror and asked. Ding Ning looked emotionally at him and said softly, I am one of your creditors, coming to collect some old debts. Hearing these words and the recent rumors, Song Shinshu's limbs grew colder. He opened his mouth and wanted to ask something. The youth in front of him was so young that he could not have any old enmity with him. There had to be someone behind this. But he just opened his mouth. Before he could make a sound, the youth in front of him moved. Ding Ning's seemingly thin body suddenly gave off a wave of power. The bow of the ship suddenly dropped, and the stern of the ship rose into the air. His body nimbly crawled out from under the raincoat and instantly entered the narrow cabin. Because his speed was too fast, the raincoat that was like a cicada shedding its shell was still suspended in the air and did not fall down. Song Shinshu's breathing suddenly stopped. His right index and middle finger were together, and his other 3 fingers were slightly bent. A red wave of vital energy flowed out of his index and middle finger. Before Ding Ning's hand touched his body, this wave of vital energy gently charged into Ding Ning's ribs. The moment Ding Ning moved, he had other choices. He could abandon the ship and flee for his life. At the same time, he could cause a great commotion. The underground black market had its own order. All the major factions in Changling would not allow anyone to recklessly destroy the order here. But in this moment, he concluded that Ding Ning was just a cultivator who had just reached Realm 2. There were natural and insurmountable differences between each major realm of cultivators. Realm 3 vital energy was the product of vital energy and primal energies of the universe. This was manifested in power, and the difference was many times greater. Also, he was not a cultivator who had just entered Realm 3. His vital energy had reached a level where it could flow like liquid and leave his body. This kind of Realm 3 first-class cultivation allowed his vital energy to have many wondrous effects when fighting enemies. So he instinctively thought that Ding Ning was just a distraction to attract his attention. There would be a more powerful cultivator hiding and waiting for the chance to launch a fatal attack. So even though he seemed gentle, but was actually violently sending a wave of vital energy into Ding Ning's body, most of his attention was not on Ding Ning, but in the surrounding darkness, and even under the muddy water. Yet to his surprise, Ding Ning just gave a soft grunt when his vital energy was sent into his body. His body did not pause at all. His left hand moved like Song Shinshu. His index and middle fingers formed a sword and stabbed hard at the Zhongmen point on Song Shinshu's abdomen. Song Shinshu could not understand how Ding Ning could withstand his vital energy. He also could not understand the meaning behind Ding Ning's stab. However, in the next moment, his entire body suddenly stiffened. With a soft snap, the raincoat at the bow of the ship fell down. The raised stern of the ship also fell down, creating a splash. Within his chi si, there was also a soft pop. The originally orderly and unceasingly flowing true essence suddenly collapsed into countless thin streams. Like countless tiny poisonous snakes, they scattered and swam into the countless acupuncture points in his body, and began to seep out of his flesh and skin. Countless red vital essence as small as earthworms twisted on the surface of his body, illuminating the dark cabin red, as if several red lanterns had been lit inside. Song Shinshu's mind was blank, and he felt great terror. He knew that some cultivation methods had some flaws, but even he, a cultivator, did not know what the flaws of his Crimson Sun divine spell were. Yet the other just used a simple hand sword to cause his vital energy to go out of control, and he could not even control his body. How was this possible? How do you know the flaws of my method? Who are you? After a few breaths of time, he finally forced himself to make a sound. The hissing sound of his breathing was like the breathing of a dying poisonous snake. Strictly speaking, the Crimson Sun divine spell is a great cultivation method. As long as there are some fire poisons that can be used as medicine, the speed of cultivation can be greatly increased. So, ordinary cultivators need to spend at least 20 years to go from Realm 1 to Realm 3 first class, but you only used half the time to reach it. Ding Ning panted slightly and sat down across from Song Shinshu. He looked seriously at Song Shinshu, his hands touching Song Shinshu's vital energy. But this cultivation method from the Crimson Sun Cave of the Wei dynasty has a great flaw. If the kidney water energy is excessively stimulated, it will cause the vital energy to become chaotic. So in the past, when the cultivators of our dynasty fought with the cultivators of Crimson Sun Cave, they found that many of their meridians were covered in special protective equipment. Later, Crimson Sun Cave died, and this method was added to the library of our dynasty. The flaw was found, and it was sealed. I had not expected you to coincidentally choose this method to cultivate. Ding Ning continued to speak softly. At the same time, strange sounds came from where his fingers touched Song Shinshu's vital energy. This sound was like countless silkworms eating mulberry leaves. 9 Death Silkworm Divine Spell. Song Shinshu seemed to find something more terrifying than his present situation. The flesh in his throat seemed to be torn apart as he said hoarsely, "You are his heir." Chapter 9. There were innumerable schools of cultivation in the world, and every cultivator had a different innate constitution. Therefore, in the past few hundred years, there had been countless grandmasters who had founded their own schools, created countless cultivation methods, and created many powerful methods to borrow the energy of the world. The Qin dynasty's Minute Mountain Sword Sect and Spirit Void Sword Sect had studied sword manipulation to the extreme. The many sects of the Chu dynasty, Yang dynasty, and Qi dynasty that were eyeing them covetously were beyond the reach of the cultivators of other dynasties in forging, seals, and yin energy. Even in the destroyed Han, Zhao, and Wei dynasties, other than the hundreds of secret cultivation sects, the South Sun Pill sect of the Han dynasty, the Sword Furnace of the Zhao dynasty, and the Cloud Water Palace of the Wei dynasty had cultivation methods and techniques that only a few sects in the world could compare to. Yet of all the cultivation methods, the 9 Death Silkworm Divine Art was undoubtedly the strongest and most mysterious. No one knew the origins of this method. They only speculated that this was the method cultivated by the invincible Emperor Yu who had founded the Yu dynasty hundreds of years ago. Some even speculated that the Emperor Yu, as the strongest cultivator back then, had died in his 50s because of an accident in cultivating this method. The reason for this speculation was that after the Emperor Yu, the most brilliant people in each generation had obtained this method. Yet none of those people, including that person who was almost taboo in the Qin dynasty, dared to cultivate this method. No one cultivated it, so no one in the world knew how powerful and wondrous this method was. But later cultivators learned from the bamboo scrolls left behind by the Yu dynasty that in the process of cultivating this method, many people had to be killed, and when it came into contact with the vital energy of other cultivators, it would make sounds like tens of thousands of silkworms gnawing. Yet the cultivators of the time were certain that this method could not be like the many demonic methods of the Qi dynasty, which could consume other people's vital energy to increase one's own cultivation. What was the use of touching the other's vital energy and making sounds like tens of thousands of silkworms gnawing? What did it mean? Just this inexplicable speculation made people feel even more mysterious and terrifying. However, Song Shinshu was terrified not because of the cultivation method itself but because the cultivation method had died in the hands of that person. That person used to have many hangers-on. And Song Shinshu, many years ago, was just one of the lowliest drivers of that person's retainers. Now, the 9 Death Silkworm divine skill that should have disappeared with that person's death appeared in front of him. It carried countless scenes sealed in his heart that he did not want to think about, and pressed down on him like a mountain. His body was unable to move, and his entire body began to twitch violently. He started to realize that the rumors in Changling a few days ago were true. Ding Ning looked at Song Shinshu. His movements did not pause at all. His fingers seemed to be smoothing out the wrinkles on Song Shinshu's robes as he carefully scanned the crimson vital energy on Song Shinshu's body. Accompanied by the sound of silkworms eating mulberry leaves, the crimson vital energy disappeared under his fingertips. How does it feel to betray your friends for personal gain? As he did this, he asked Song Shinshu softly as though he really wanted an answer. Hearing this, Song Shinshu finally believed his speculation. His terror returned to his own situation. "Don't kill me," he sweated profusely, his stiff throat muscles vibrating as he spoke in a hoarse and unpleasant voice. "You have to pay your debts." Ding Ning looked at him like he was looking at a pitiful person. "Tell me, other than your life, what else do you have to pay your debts?" Song Shinshu's eyes were almost covered in his own sweat. He forced his eyes open and said urgently, If I tell you some secrets more important than my life, can you let me live?" Ding Ning frowned slightly. He thought for a long moment and said, "Yes." Song Shinshu's eyes flashed with hope, but he hesitated. Ding Ning sneered. "You should know the name of his sword." Song Shinshu's eyes lit up. When Li Guanlan was killed, the person who betrayed him was Mu Zi. Now, he has changed his name to Liang Lian. He controlled his stiffening throat to make unpleasant sounds. He said the first secret he thought was the most important. Ding Ning's eyes imperceptibly dimmed. To him, those familiar names were a great debt. Liang Lian? The general of the tiger and wolf army? The one with the highest chance of being made a marquis? His brows furrowed deeply as he muttered to himself. That's him. Song Shinshu's desire to live grew. While it was harder for him to speak, his voice grew louder. "Just this. You should know that if what you say is true, I will be able to find out in the future without you saying anything." Ding Ning looked up and looked coldly at him. Song Shinshu struggled to swallow, his heart beating rapidly. He knew that the secret he was about to reveal would definitely satisfy the other, but he also knew that if people knew that he was the one who revealed this secret, then his future would be even more miserable than now. "Lin Zhujiu is not dead," he looked pleadingly at Ding Ning and hissed. Ding Ning's body shook. For the first time, his expression lost its calm. He said in shock, "What did you say?" "He's locked in the deepest cell of the water dungeon." Song Shinshu felt as though his heart was going to jump out of his throat. Minister Yang wants to obtain some cultivation secrets from him, so he has not killed him. The outside world thinks he is dead. Even Minister Li and Bureau Chief Yi do not know this secret. Ding Ning's expression recovered. He was silent for a moment and then asked seriously, "Then how do you know this secret?" Song Shinshu did not dare to look at his eyes. Because he could not dig out anything useful from his mouth, Minister Yang thought of some methods. He once had people fake a prison break. Some of the people who broke out were people Lin Zhujiu knew in the past. You were one of the people Lin Zhujiu knew, but he did not know you were all Minister Yang's people. Ding Ning's expression was calm. And then? Song Shinshu struggled to say, "I do not know what went wrong." Lin Zhujiu did not fall for it at all. His thoughts are more careful than Minister Yang's. How could those little tricks fool him? Ding Ning looked down and said softly, "He must be very uncomfortable right now." Song Shinshu did not know how to respond. He did not speak. Ding Ning did not look at him and said softly, "Nothing else?" Song Shinshu's heart started to beat violently again. He could hear that the other was still dissatisfied. So he trembled and said the last important secret he knew. The legendary Lonely Mountain Sword Hoard should exist, and most of the clues may be in the hands of Cloud Water Palaces by Shanshui. Lonely Mountain Sword Hoard? Ding Ning's breathing paused slightly. This was another piece of news he had not expected. In the legends, the Lonely Mountain Sword Sect was a very mysterious and powerful sect. No one knew when it had originated, or when it had died. But there had always been rumors that this sect had left behind a secret hoard with many great treasures. Other than some lost cultivation methods, what made all the cultivators even more excited were some extinct spiritual medicines and refining materials. As more and more things related to the Lonely Mountain Sword Sect were discovered, the cultivators of the world were certain that the Lonely Mountain Sword Sect and the secret hoard existed. But there were no clues as to where this Lonely Mountain Sword Hoard was. "How do you know?" Ding Ning's gaze flashed, and he looked up at Song Shinshu and asked again. "Someone from the Divinity Bureau once brought several jade scrolls to the library to be appraised. The characters on the scrolls were very unique. After we checked the records, we found they were the unique characters of the Lonely Mountain Sword Sect." Song Shinshu panted and said, "I also secretly investigated. The people of the Divinity Bureau had fought with the remnants of Cloudwater Palace. They are certain that there are more of these jade scrolls in the hands of the remnants of Cloudwater Palace. Ding Ning did not speak for a while. Even if the cultivators of Cloudwater Palace were as well hidden as the cultivators of the Jiaosword Furnace, if they were willing to spend time, they could find some clues. Anything else? After a dozen breaths, he looked at Song Shinshu and asked again. Song Shinshu looked helplessly at him, his mind blank. He really couldn't think of any secret that was important enough to keep. Very good. Ding Ning looked at his expression and nodded in satisfaction. He bent down and whispered by his ear, in that case, you can die. Song Shinshu's eyes widened in disbelief. A wave of energy easily pierced his heart meridian, and cut off the most important meridians to a person's life. He could not believe that his life was about to end. A stiff hand that came out of nowhere grabbed the corner of Ding Ning's robes. You find it strange that I would not keep my promise and kill you, right? Ding Ning looked at his widening eyes and said softly, he is the most trustworthy person in the world, so you feel that his disciples will keep their promises. It's a pity that he's already dead. Can his sect's methods still be used now? Ding Ning said calmly as he pried open Song Shinshu's fingers. Song Shinshu heard the words clearly. He felt angry at being deceived, but in the next moment, he heard a strange sound coming from his throat. That was his last breath. He died with endless regret and hatred in his heart. Chapter 10. There were countless businesses in Fish Market that could not see the light of day, and also countless people who could not see the light of day. There were countless noises. Half an hour ago, Ding Ning's small boat with a black awning swayed away from the dark dock. As they moved between the wooden pillars supporting Fish Market, the thick-browed outsider who had been full of questions outside Fish Market walked into a pawnshop by the river with the young master he spoke of. They did not pawn anything. Under the guidance of a hunchbacked old man with a black bamboo staff, the two outsiders passed through the back door of the pawnshop, passed through a narrow alley, and entered a large door. The dark and damp alley was very quiet, but after entering the door, it was a completely different world. In a hall that wasn't too big, there were more than 10 square tables. Around each table, there were at least a dozen people crowded around. A garwood was burning in the corners, but because there were so many people, it seemed to be smoky. The moment he saw the scene in the room, the thick-browed young man's pupils unconsciously contracted. It was not because of the hostility in the eyes of the surrounding people and the unique presence of cultivators, but because of something placed on the table in the middle of the room. It was a waxy yellow jade stone the size of an adult's thumb. In the view of ordinary people, this may be an ordinary yellow jade of poor quality, but almost all cultivators knew that this was the Huang Ya pill of the former South Sun pill sect of the Han dynasty. The Huang Ya pill was gentle and beneficial to physical energy. It was one of the best spirit pills for true energy realm cultivators who lacked natural talent to advance to vital energy realm. When the South Sun pill sect was at its peak, they could only make a few hundred Huang Ya pill in a year. Now that the South Sun pill sect no longer existed, the Huang Ya pill was even rarer. This kind of pill was a forbidden item that was not allowed to be traded in the Qin dynasty. Yet the noise that filled this room was the sound of people shouting prices. Therefore, this place was naturally an illegal auction house. The thick-browed young man knew that Fish Market had many unimaginable scenes, and many things important to cultivators were traded. But when he entered and saw something like the Huang Ya pill, he was inexplicably shocked like a village child who had just entered the city. He could not help but think, Changling Fish Market lived up to its reputation. The handsome young man dressed as a scholar in front of him stopped walking and looked at the scene. The hunchbacked old man with the black bamboo staff did not urge him and just waited silently. At this time, the competition for this Huang Ya pill had reached a crazy level. The Huang Ya pill that was worth 2,000 taels of silver in the past was now 1,000 taels of gold, and there were many sides fighting. After a few more calls, only a young swordsman in grey robes and a middle-aged man with a black veil over his face were left. The young swordsman's face was flushed red, and beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. The middle-aged man with the black veil on his face sat motionless, extremely calm. Every time he called out a price, he would add 100 taels of silver to the young swordsman's bid, according to the lowest price rule. In a flash, it passed 1,300 taels of gold. The young swordsman's face turned from red to white. This Huang Ya pill was extremely important to him. If he did not have this Huang Ya pill, he feared that with his illness, he would never have a chance to reach Realm 3 from Realm 2. So he turned his head and looked almost pleadingly at the middle-aged man with the black veil. The middle-aged man saw his gaze and gave a cold and disdainful laugh. The young swordsman finally lost control of his emotions. He suddenly stood up and said harshly, 2,000 taels of gold. The room was silent. Everyone's gazes gathered on him. Even if this young swordsman was a member of a wealthy family, for any family, 2,000 taels of gold to buy a Huang Ya pill was too extravagant. If not for the middle-aged man with the black veil arguing, this Huang Ya pill would have been sold for around 1,000 taels of gold. Hearing the young swordsman call out 2,000 taels of gold, the middle-aged man with the black veil clearly stilled. But he still sat calmly and said in a cold voice, "Brother, you are so bold. I am not as good as you, but can you really take out 2,000 taels of gold?" The young swordsman suddenly seemed to fall into an ice cave, his red face turning snow-white. There was an uproar. Just from his expression, everyone in the room knew that he was not a member of a wealthy family. Just now, he had called out 2,000 taels of gold because he lost control of his emotions. After the mockery, there was coldness. Shrimps had their ways, crabs had their ways. Every place had its rules, and the secret paths of fish market were even stricter. The thin yellow-robed advisor who had been standing in front of the table where the Huang Ya pill had been placed shook his head. He looked sympathetically at the young swordsman and sighed softly. "You should know the rules here." The young swordsman's clothing was soaked in sweat. His right hand landed on the hilt of the long sword hanging at his waist. Then he took a deep breath. His expression became determined as he slowly reached out his left hand. Originally, the gazes of everyone in the room had already gathered on the long sword at his waist. At this moment, seeing his actions, the mockery in the eyes of the majority of the people in the room began to disappear, and a trace of respect appeared on their faces. This young swordsman's sword looked very light, and the hilt was a rare blue gold. This was definitely not an ordinary item, and should be worth at least 2,000 taels of gold. According to the rules of the black market in fish market, since he had called out a price, then he could at least use this sword to exchange for the Huang Ya pill. But his actions clearly showed that he was not willing to give up this sword, and wanted to use the method of cutting off his finger to give an explanation. A sword could be found again if lost, but a finger could not be reborn if cut off. But the sword was a symbol for cultivators who cultivated the sword, a kind of spirit. Cultivators who had this kind of spirit would often go further on the path of cultivation. So this young swordsman's choice caused everyone's disdain to turn into respect. Enough. Just as the young swordsman was about to move and cut off 2 of his fingers according to the rules here, a clear shout sounded. "I will give him this Huang Ya pill." This voice was simple and calm, without any desire to show off or gain favor. The young swordsman turned his head in shock. The one who spoke was the handsome young man dressed as a scholar. When he said this simply and calmly, the thick-browed young man behind him raised an eyebrow slightly. He took out a black pearl from his bag and placed it next to the Huang Ya pill. This black pearl was the size of a pigeon's egg, and gave off a faint light. Anyone with eyes would know this was not just 2,000 taels of gold. The young swordsman was sure he had never seen these 2 people before. He thought that if the handsome young man had been a step slower, his 2 fingers would have fallen to the ground. At first, he felt lucky and pleasantly surprised, but then he felt ashamed and unable to show his face. For a moment, he was speechless. The handsome young man dressed as a scholar did not say anything. He glanced at the old man next to him and started to walk. The stooped old man did not speak and led the way to a side door in the room. The young swordsman started to recover his wits. His hands uncontrollably trembled. Because of excitement, his pale face was flushed. "This one is Zhongjiang," he obviously wanted to report his name, But he only spat out 4 words before he was interrupted by the scholarly young man. "I do not need you to repay anything, so you do not need to tell me your name." The handsome young man did not turn his head and said simply and calmly, as though he was unreasonable. Then he followed the old man into the side door and disappeared from everyone's shocked sight. The young swordsman stood for a few seconds. Sweat rolled down his forehead again. Inexplicably, he suddenly understood the meaning of the handsome young man. For the handsome young man, this was a matter that could be easily solved. But for him, he would never encounter such a person again in his life. He would not have another chance. He could not make the terrifying mistake of losing control of his emotions again. Learning a lesson and comprehending the path was greater than the gift of the pill. So, after this young swordsman from Zhongjiang took the Huangye pill from the auctioneer, he bowed deeply towards the side door where the handsome young man had disappeared, and made a gesture of offering his sword. Seeing his actions, the expressions of the cultivators in the room grew even more solemn. Inside the side door was another deep and serene alley. The eaves and canopies above the alley were not complete, and rain came down. In the many rooms on both sides, there were many figures moving like ghosts. Their voices were chaotic, and they were doing something unknown. The wind and rain were dark, and the people were like ghosts. In such a scene, even the handsome young man who had casually given away the Huangye pill had a hint of contemplation in his calm and determined eyes. But he immediately realized, and a hint of anger appeared on his face. A burning presence spread from his body. The wind and rain could not get close, and the dark presence dissipated. The old man leading the way held a black bamboo staff. Not far to the left, against the wall of the alley, there were several stalks of black bamboo. In this moment, the stalks of black bamboo twisted like living snakes, and quickly turned to black energy and disappeared. The scenery suddenly changed, and many of the ghostly figures disappeared. In the place where the black bamboos disappeared, a wooden door appeared. Behind the wooden door was a dark room. I had not expected the eldest miss of the Shong family to cultivate the ghostly path. The handsome young man smiled coldly and said coldly. Chapter 11. In the dark room, there was a woman in red robes sitting. There was a zither in front of her, and an incense burner next to her. On both sides of her, there were also a few black bamboos that looked like black jade. Just a weak woman whose family has died. I know some life-saving methods. I have embarrassed myself in front of 4th Mr. Zhao. Black smoke rose in spirals from the incense burner. This red-clothed woman's figure seemed to sway in the air, as sinister as a ghost's shadow. However, her voice was surprisingly clear, gentle, and indescribably polite. It made people feel comfortable when they heard it, and the entire gloomy room seemed to warm up. The young man's furrowed brows relaxed, and the hint of anger on his face slowly dissipated. "Eldest Miss Shong, you have no need to be so humble." He bowed to the woman in the room, and then calmly walked into the dark room. He sat down opposite the woman in red robes. In front of the woman in red robes zither, there was a thin black curtain. He and the woman in red robes looked at each other through the curtain. The thick-browed young man who had been following behind him bowed to the woman in red robes outside the door. But he did not enter, and just turned to stand at the door. 4th Mr. Zhao sent a message earlier, saying that he has something to discuss with me. What is it? The woman in red robes returned the bow behind the curtain, and then slowly asked. Her voice was soft, but the speed and tone of her speech made people feel comfortable. The young man looked at the woman in red robes behind the curtain. This was the person who controlled most of the illegal businesses in Fish Market. He nodded slightly. My junior sect brother Zhao Zhon was killed by Yi Xileng. Eldest Miss Shong must know of this matter. The woman in red robes said softly, 7th Mr. Zhao is one of the best in the world. His death is a pity. The young man's eyebrows rose. Just like the moment Zhao Zhon saw Yi Xileng walk into the courtyard, he started to give off an indescribable aura and charm, an indescribable sharpness. The world will know of my junior sect brother's death in a few days, he said calmly. He said calmly, but not many people know why my junior sect brother was hiding in Changling, and why he died in Changling. The woman in red said, This weak woman is slow-witted. I don't understand 4th Mr. Zhao's meaning. The handsome young man looked at the red-robed woman behind the curtain and said, the cultivators of the Qin dynasty have always been chasing the people of the sword furnace the most. Not just in Changling. If the people of the sword furnace stay in any large city of the Qin dynasty for a long time, they will be detected. My junior sect brother knew this and did not fear death. He lived in seclusion in Changling for 3 years, not to assassinate someone alone, but to search for what that person left behind. The red-clothed woman remained silent, but her body began to tremble slightly. The several stalks of black bamboo beside her also seemed to tremble in pain. Even though she was one of the most powerful people in Changling, an existence that everyone who entered Fish Market had to respect and fear, she still felt pain when she thought of that person's name. Most of the time, she didn't want to mention that person's name because of helplessness and pain, because she didn't want to remember so many painful things. Just like the strongest existence of the Zhao sword furnace in front of her. The people of the Zhao sword furnace would not be afraid. But the sword furnace had been destroyed because of that person. Now, they still wanted to rely on what that person left behind to fight against the cultivators of the Qin dynasty. This was a great pain in and of itself. The handsome young man said calmly and coldly, my junior sect brother naturally does not fear death. But if there are no clues, I will not allow him to casually lose his life in Changling. Also, his life is more valuable than most people's lives in the world. The curtain trembled slightly. After a long time, the red-robed woman said softly, is it really like the rumors, that person's disciple has appeared? The handsome young man looked at the red-robed figure behind the curtain and said slowly, you know that person has many enemies, but also many former subordinates. After he died, most of his former subordinates had terrible fates, and there were not many old, weak, women, and children left behind. Maybe it was a coincidence, but the people of the sword furnace found a dead thief. That thief probably did not die at the time, and only bled to death after escaping into the wilderness. That thief was covered in shallow wounds, rings of sword wounds that connected together. The red-robed woman shook again. Stone-grinding sword art? The handsome young man said coldly, I personally inspected later. It is the stone-grinding sword. The stone-grinding sword art is a sword method that person created himself. It is used to deal with cultivators whose protective vital energy is too strong. From the sword marks, the attacker was only Realm 1 at the time, and that thief was Realm 2 first class. There should be such a difference in cultivation, so he used the stone-grinding sword art to deal with it. After that, we carefully traced the tracks of this bandit and discovered that this bandit might have wanted to rob a nearby village. In that village, there were a few women and children who were the family members of that bandit's former subordinates. The red-robed woman was silent for a long time. I believe in 4th Mr. Zhao's judgment. But for me, death ends the grudge. Whether that person left behind a direct disciple has nothing to do with me. But we can live a better life. The handsome young man sneered. Even if many people fear us, we know we are just ghosts that cannot see the light. No one will refuse power, and no one will refuse to live a better life. The handsome young man paused, glanced at the red-robed woman behind the curtain, and added coldly, it seems that 4th Mr. Zhao wants me to help and see if I can find some clues from the family of that person's former subordinates. The red-robed woman was silent for a long time. Then she said sincerely, I respect Mr. But I am from the Qin. The handsome young man shook his head and said self-mockingly, what is the relationship between the Qin and the Zhao now? My dynasty has been destroyed for so many years. Is what Prince Zhao Liu shouted when my dynasty was destroyed still useful? It is just a personal grudge. The world is like this. Am I so stupid as to think that I can rebuild my dynasty with the remnant swords of the sword furnace? The red-robed woman thought for a moment. She knew that the legendary 4th disciple of the sword furnace, the person called 4th Mr. Zhao, was recognized as the person with the highest realm among the direct disciples of the sword furnace. Now, she knew that this realm was not just a realm of cultivation. So she wanted to have a serious talk and see this person clearly. The numerous black bamboos around her swayed slightly like a wind was blowing past. The black curtain in front of her also swayed and moved to the side. The handsome young man sensed the weak primal energies of the universe on the black curtain. His gaze turned cold and he said sincerely, "So eldest Miss Shong is skilled in formations. Mister, I have embarrassed myself again." The red-robed woman's voice was comforting. She saw the handsome young man's face clearly. She was shocked to see that the legendary fourth Mr. Zhao was much younger than she had imagined. The handsome young man also saw her face clearly. He was also shocked. Her facial features were not particularly good-looking, and her skin was a little sickly white. However, her expression was exceptionally quiet and peaceful. Her eyes were very special, especially black and bright. The red dress she was wearing was very long, completely dragging on the ground and covering her feet. Also, there did not seem to be any hatred in her eyes. Her expression was like some of the Buddha statues in the temples, looking with pity at all life. The two of them looked at each other, and the dark room fell silent for a moment. "I am willing to listen to Mister's explanation." The red-robed woman was the first to speak and break the silence. "There are two matters." The handsome young man's expression grew solemn. He sat upright, took a deep breath, and slowly said, "The first matter, since I have told eldest Miss Shong the true secret of my junior sect brother's death in Changling, I only hope that if eldest Miss Shong finds that person's disciple, you will try to tell the people of the sword furnace. Because of my previous conversation with eldest Miss, I know that eldest Miss is open-minded, and even has some respect for that person. You do not hate that person's disciple." The red-robed woman nodded. "I can agree to this." The handsome young man nodded in thanks and then said, "The second matter, I want to ask eldest Miss Shong to pay attention to the movements of the Wei people. This one has received news that they may have clues to the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde. The cultivators of Cloudwater Palace have appeared in Changling." The Lonely Mountain Sword Horde. The red-robed woman did not dare to believe it. The handsome young man bowed deeply and said solemnly, "If we can obtain something from that person or the Lonely Mountain Sword Horde, the sword furnace is willing to share it with eldest Miss Shong. In the future, the remnant swords of the sword furnace will protect eldest Miss Shong." The red-robed woman naturally knew the weight of this handsome young man's words. She did not say anything else and bowed deeply. Chapter 12. Ding Ning looked at Song Shinshu's eyes and said softly, "Paying your debts is a matter of course. There is nothing to be discontent about." Because he knew he had enough time, he was not in a hurry to leave the boat. He started to search every pocket in Song Shinshu's robes. He found several items in the hidden pockets of his sleeves. There was a notebook filled with words, a money pouch, a pill bottle, and 2 copper seals. Ding Ning opened the notebook. He saw that it was filled with Song Shinshu's thoughts on the cultivation of the Crimson Sun Divine Method and his speculations. He could not help but shake his head and shove the notebook into his sleeve. The money pouch was very light, but when he opened it, Ding Ning saw many Qin dynasty mica knife coins giving off beautiful light. This kind of coin was made from a rare type of mica shell from the deep sea. It was a coin unique to the Qin dynasty, and one coin was worth 500 gold. Ding Ning did not think too much and put it away. However, the instant he opened the copper-colored pill bottle, he was clearly a little surprised. At the bottom of the pill bottle, there was a single pale white pill that looked like the eye of a dead fish. "Is this for your breakthrough? I had not expected you to have prepared an energy concentrating pill. Thank you for your vital energy, thank you for your energy concentrating pill." Ding Ning said sincerely to Song Shinshu, who had died with his eyes open. He thought seriously and confirmed he did not need the 2 passes to the library. Then he used his finger as a sword and stabbed at the bottom of the cabin. A hole appeared in the wooden planks. Muddy water quickly poured in through the hole and into the cabin. Ding Ning bent his body and left the canopy. His feet tapped lightly and he landed on the wooden path half submerged and half above the water. This was a path he had chosen after many years of observation. So no one had detected that the body of a Qin dynasty cultivator was in the shadows behind him, slowly sinking into the water with the boat. After passing through multiple docks, there were sounds of people in the surroundings and it gradually grew lively. Ding Ning strolled like he usually did. He walked into the dark alleys along the river. But his breathing grew hurried. A smear of rouge gradually appeared between his tightly pressed lips. Sensing the thick scent of blood between his lips, Ding Ning's expression was extremely calm. He took out a copper coin and bought a stick of candied haws from a peddler walking in front of him. He looked down slightly and carefully chewed the sweet and sour fruit. The pieces of red sugar mixed with the blood between his lips and teeth and could no longer be seen. Thinking of Song Shinshu, who had sunk into the muddy water with the boat, and the crude pill bottle in his sleeve, he was happy that his efforts in the last few years had not been wasted, and he had received a great return. But when he thought of more things, and how some people had ended up worse than Song Shinshu, he could not help but feel a lump in his throat. He wanted to immediately return to the old woman's house and eat a hot fried cake, but he knew he still had matters to do. The boat in the shadows had completely disappeared from the water. Only a string of bubbles floated to the surface with some of the stirred mud. A wooden basin floated above the bubbles. A man in his 40s with loose hair and dressed like a fisherman was sitting cross-legged in the wooden basin. After seeing these unusual bubbles, the man's face turned cold. He narrowed his eyes and looked around. After confirming that there was no one else around, he waved his hand and made the wooden basin float to the side of an abandoned wooden stake. Then, he easily pulled out the wooden stake that was nailed into the mud at the bottom of the river. The wooden stake was very heavy. Even though he had dragged most of it in the water, the wooden basin under him was unable to bear the extra weight. The top of the basin was almost level with the water. But he did not care. He pushed the wooden stake back to the top of the bubbles, and then hammered the stake down. Hearing the strange sound coming from the bottom, he was sure that there was a problem. He loosened his grip on the wooden stake, and in the next moment, the wooden basin shot out at an astonishing speed, dragging a shocking wave on the tangled and dark water surface. Ding Ning finished all the candied haws and swallowed the last bit of blood. He kept walking without stopping, not passing through repeated places. However, if someone had a complete map of the ghost city in their hands, they would find that after he went straight through an area, for the next half an incense stick's worth of time, he was actually going around in circles in the vicinity of a place. That place was a pier. Bang! A light sound was heard. There was the soft sound of the wooden basin and the rotten wooden stake at the edge of the pier. Ding Ning heard the sound coming from the water on the other side of the street. He calmly quickened his steps. Passing through a clanking blacksmith shop, he saw the man with disheveled hair walking up from the hidden dock. He silently followed the man with the disheveled hair. This was his plan to kill two birds with one stone. Everyone knew that this underground kingdom in the darkness had a powerful ruler. But after so many years, very few people knew who this ruler was, and what kind of person stood behind him. Song Shinshu would come here almost every month. Even if he could fool the people outside, the people here would know his true identity. An official of the dynasty, a cultivator assassinating here, would cause a great commotion. The traders who found that Song Shinshu did not take out the fire turtle gallbladder on time would quickly find that something had happened to Song Shinshu. They would understand that this kind of accident would cause many investigations and a disaster. Therefore, he would definitely inform the person in charge of this place as soon as possible. The man dressed like a fisherman had a grave mood. He hurried with his head down, not thinking that someone was following him from a distance. Also, Ding Ning seemed to have a special ability. His figure would never appear at an angle where the man would be wary. The man hurried into a pawn shop. Ding Ning didn't even get close to the pawn shop. In these past few years, other than some secret passages in the residence, he was already familiar with every corner of Fish Market. He knew that there were many courtyards behind this pawn shop, and 3 exits. Therefore, he just walked up the slope and walked to an intersection where he could see 2 of the exits of this area. Suddenly, his brow imperceptibly furrowed. 3 figures appeared out of the corner of his eye. The path that the 3 figures walked on was exceptionally muddy. One could even hear the unique sound of the soles of their shoes as they walked in the mud. That muddy path was one of the exits that led to the pawn shop. There were many people around where Ding Ning was at this moment, so he just turned around and glanced around casually. With just one glance, His pupils imperceptibly contracted. There was a hunchbacked old man holding a black bamboo staff, a very short and handsome young man, and a thick-browed young man dressed as a foreigner. The hunchbacked old man with the black bamboo staff walked at the front. He turned around at the entrance and walked back. The handsome young man and the thick-browed young man continued to walk forward. They walked through an alley below Ding Ning. Their figures flickered in and out of sight through the cracks in the canopy. Ding Ning did not look at the old man or the two young people. He took a deep breath and a bitter smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Both the old man who could not straighten his back and would die at any moment, and the two young people did not have the presence of cultivators. Even cultivators above Realm 5 would not be able to detect that they were cultivators if they brushed past them. However, Ding Ning was certain that all three of them were powerful cultivators. Because he recognized the hunchbacked old man with the black bamboo staff. He had never seen the other two before, and could not be sure which sect they were from. But he could sense the hunchbacked old man's respect for them. That hunchbacked old man would only have such respect for powerful cultivators. To be able to control the energies in their bodies to the point that he could not detect the presence of cultivators, the cultivation of these two young people had to be unusually terrifying. At this time, Ding Ning stilled slightly as he sensed a domineering and dry presence. Following this presence, he saw a yellow butter paper umbrella. The tall and thin man holding the yellow butter paper umbrella had the umbrella open, as though he did not want even the drops of water to fall on him. The umbrella covered his face, but one could see that each of his knuckles was thick and strong. This was clearly a cultivator. Ding Ning was more knowledgeable than most cultivators. So through the domineering and dry presence, he easily determined this person's sect. Looking at this person's path, Ding Ning knew that a cultivator's corpse would appear in the wilderness of Changling today. Chapter 13. The tall and thin man with thick knuckles under the umbrella did not know what Ding Ning was thinking at this moment. He leisurely followed the two outsiders, calm and cold. It was still raining outside Fish Market. The water in the ponds was about to overflow, and the grass by the shore swayed with the waves. The thick-browed young man and the delicate young man walked out of the city. Gradually, the enormous turrets in the wind and rain disappeared behind them. There were multiple wooden pavilions on the road outside the city. One of them was coincidentally called the Autumn Rain Pavilion. This was a dilapidated little pavilion covered in withered vines. Looking at this dilapidated little pavilion and the hurrying pedestrians in the rain, the delicate young man's eyes became misty. This kind of little pavilion was built to shelter pedestrians from the wind and rain. Yet, the autumn wind and rain were cruel. In this kind of difficult weather, the pedestrians hurried on their way, and there was no one to shelter from the rain. Life was like this. The path you walked and what you thought at the beginning would often be contrary to your wishes. The thick-browed young man holding the umbrella for him did not have such thoughts. Ever since he walked out of Fish Market, his brow was furrowed, and the murderousness in his bright eyes grew. When he saw the handsome young man stop to look at the small pavilion, he lowered his voice and asked, "Is it here?" The delicate young man nodded with his hands behind his back. "Right here." The thick-browed young man started to get excited. "You want me to act?" The delicate young man glanced at him, his expression calm. "The other is not weak, and this is Changling. We cannot waste time here, so you are suitable." The thick-browed young man grew even more excited. He wiped his left hand that was not holding the umbrella on his clothes. His palm seemed to be sweating. The delicate young man seemed to be in a better mood. He smiled slightly, walked into the little pavilion, and waited silently. The thick-browed young man thought for a moment. He did not follow into the little pavilion, and just stood outside with the umbrella. Not far away, on the path they had come from, a yellow oiled paper umbrella slowly appeared like a withered leaf in a lotus pond. Seeing the thick-browed young man and the delicate young man stop at the little pavilion, the tall and thin man under the oiled paper umbrella frowned slightly. But he still had strong confidence in himself, so he did not pause in his steps. He didn't stop until he was more than 10 meters away from the thick-browed young man. The thick-browed young man raised his eyebrows and became even more excited. However, the countless battles and lessons he had learned in the past had made him develop the habit of not making a move before he heard the exact order from behind him. "You are not from the Qin." He did not speak, but the handsome young man in the pavilion with his hands behind his back said coldly. The tall and thin man under the yellow oiled paper umbrella did not express his opinion. He said indifferently, "Judging from the situation, you two are not Qin people either." The handsome young man said calmly, "If he is not a citizen of the Qin dynasty, then it has nothing to do with the laws of the Qin dynasty, and no one will bother to investigate." "You have a good idea. Judging from your fearless look, I'm afraid it's not the first time you've done such a business. Was it fishing?" The tall and thin man under the oiled paper umbrella frowned. He looked suspiciously at the surrounding roads. After confirming that there were no Qin dynasty chariots hidden in the rain, he looked in confusion at the extremely calm young man and asked, "Ordinary foreigners have to go through middlemen to do business in the fish market, and do not dare to show their wealth. You do not follow the rules, and now you know what kind of business I specialize in, yet you stopped here to wait for me. Do you also do this kind of business?" "I have no interest in this kind of robbery business." The handsome young man shook his head. "But if people have ideas about us, we will fight back. This is our rule. But you detected something wrong and dared to follow. Your courage is commendable, and you can be considered a fugitive." The tall and thin man under the oiled paper umbrella laughed and said, "I am a dragon in the pond, not a small fish or shrimp in the fish market. Naturally, I am different from ordinary people. Since I put in the effort to follow, I should at least see clearly." His laughter was very sincere, and his words were also very arrogant. But in the next moment, before he finished speaking, he turned around without hesitation. The yellow oiled paper umbrella in his hand flew towards the thick-browed youth in front of him. His body, like a galloping horse, fled into the curtain of rain behind him. "You have some brains, and know to retreat in order to advance." The handsome young man looked at the thin and tall man who was instantly smashed into countless raindrops. His body was wrapped in white mist, and he fled in an incomparably violent manner. He sighed and shook his head. "But since you've come, whether you want to retreat or advance is not up to you." After saying this, he said softly to the thick-browed young man, "Do it." When he said "do it," the edge of the spinning oiled paper umbrella was less than a foot from the thick-browed young man's eyes. The edge of the paper umbrella made a sound as it cut through the air and the raindrops. One could clearly feel the power contained within. However, the thick-browed young man did not move at all. He looked excitedly at the umbrella and the tall, thin man who was running backwards. A shrill howl sounded in the air. A thin sword so red it was almost black suddenly flew out of the thick-browed young man's sleeve, and flew forward like lightning. Just as it was flying forward, it cut through the handle of the oiled paper umbrella. In the next moment, the oiled paper umbrella buzzed and completely disintegrated. It was directly shattered into a clump of silk by the terrifying power and scattered outwards. The tall and thin man's pupils contracted violently. His skin was so tense it felt like needles were stabbing him. He himself was not an ordinary cultivator. He was indeed a dragon that crossed the river, which was why he dared to do such a thing. However, when he was talking to the delicate and pretty young man, he felt that he was being restrained in all aspects. Especially now, when he was retreating in order to advance, the other party had seen through him. While he felt uneasy and retreated, the oiled paper umbrella was still a test. As long as the other's strength was not as terrifying as he imagined, then he would advance instead of retreat. But at this moment, the thick-browed young man's strength was more terrifying than he imagined. Kai! A cracking sound was heard. The speed of the flying sword was already terrifying to the extreme, but it still accelerated even more fiercely. It was accompanied by an explosion of white gas, and directly appeared in his line of sight. The tall and thin man gave a shrill howl. More than a dozen thump-thick lines of fire appeared in the air around him. The water vapor around him was immediately evaporated. The small sword that had disappeared from his sight had already reappeared behind him. The flying sword that was flying at an extremely high speed stabbed towards his back 3 times in a row. Boom! Boom. Boom. 3 explosions. The dozen crisscrossing lines of fire in front of the flying sword were all shattered. The great power caused the tall and thin man's body to uncontrollably fly forward. The thick-browed young man pressed his lips together and took a step forward. With this step, he was right in front of the tall and thin man who was flying back. The old umbrella in his hand flew into the air. A large black sword was pulled out of the handle. The tall and thin cultivator's face was pale. He knew this was a moment of life and death. Under the pressure of the presence of death, he finally exploded with power. All the vital energy in his body surged out of the meridians in front of him. Countless tiny flames of true fire appeared in front of him, forming into a red serpent dragon that leapt towards the thick-browed young man. He was right. He was not a small fish in a shallow pond, he was a serpent dragon. The serpent dragon formed from true fire was more terrifying than a real serpent dragon. The raindrops falling from above were burned until they exploded. The thick-browed young man's wet clothing was instantly dried. He did not even blink. He simply swung the large black sword he had pulled out of the umbrella and swung it forward. There was an enormous boom. The large black sword carried terrifying primal energies of the universe. It shattered the serpent dragon formed from true fire and then hit the tall and thin cultivator. It didn't look like a sword at all, but more like a giant hammer used to forge iron, an enormous hammer that could shatter a mountain in one blow. The lanky man had only uttered a hurried syllable before all his meridians and bones were smashed by the terrifying power. Like a weightless sack, he was sent flying backwards. When the sword was about to hit him, he subconsciously knew he could only make one hurried note. He was filled with terror. The word one represented a lot of meanings. Of the 7 great disciples of the Jiao sword furnace, the first was called Jiao Ji. The legends said he had 2 swords, Crimson Fiend and Mountain Breaker. Yet the cultivators of the various dynasties were used to calling him Jiao Yi. This was because he was different from other swordmasters who used 2 swords. His 2 swords, one flying sword and the other close combat sword, were not used for attack and defense, but both were used for attack. He only cultivated one kind of sword move. No matter what kind of opponent, he would only attack with one sword. Yet very few people could withstand his attack. In Changling, he happened to encounter a cultivator of the Jiao sword furnace, and one of the 7 direct disciples. When the tall and thin man fell to the ground, he felt his death was justified. Waves of shock and amazement even suppressed the initial panic and fear of impending death. So the first Mr. Jiao was so young. So that was 4th Mr. Jiao. Even though all the bones in his body had been completely shattered, he still managed to muster the strength to raise his head slightly, wanting to take another look at the handsome young man in the pavilion. So that was 4th Mr. Jiao. The legendary 4th Mr. Jiao was actually such a young and delicate person. All the cultivators in the world knew that while 4th Mr. Jiao was the 4th disciple of the Grandmaster of the Sword Furnace, his cultivation was the highest among the direct disciples. All the disciples of the Sword Furnace listened to his orders. First Mr. Jiao, who only took one sword, was extremely respectful to him. Like a servant, he always followed him and obeyed his orders. This tall and thin cultivator finally saw the figure of the handsome young man in the pavilion. He died slightly dazed, pleasantly surprised, and satisfied. Chapter 14. The thick-browed young man was very satisfied. His eyes were filled with satisfaction. The opponent was very strong. This kind of fight was a rare experience for him. It is someone from the Yang dynasty, a cultivator of true fire palace. He took the umbrella that floated down from above, and put the large black sword back into the handle. Then he covered most of the umbrella's surface to cover the sky above the handsome young man. At the same time, he looked expectantly at the legendary 4th Mr. Jiao. No wonder his umbrella was so large. Only when the surface of the umbrella was large could the handle not appear too thick. The handsome young man, 4th Mr. Jiao, the present manager of the sword furnace, walked past the tall and thin cultivator's corpse along the small path towards the distant Wei River. It should be Yang Dongfu. After seeing him fight, I know it is most likely him. The demon fire art just now looked like it. He should have received some of True Fire Palace's Cao Yangming's teachings. Fourth Mr. Zhao glanced at him and said, Changling is a fat piece of meat right now. Everyone wants a piece. The thick-browed young man Zhao Ji looked back. Only the outline of Changling was left behind in the wind and rain. Even the enormous turrets could not be seen clearly. But he worried that countless chariots would suddenly charge out of the heavy rain, and some powerful cultivators would suddenly come out and attack him. Does this look like fat meat? It does not look like fat meat at all. So he, who only saw danger, could not help but mutter. He still felt that the small alley and the small smithy of the past were better. If he had a choice, he felt that he wouldn't have to step into this big city that was flat and filled with countless dangers. Fourth Mr. Zhao ignored his muttering and said softly, the Chu, Yang, Qi, which one of them does not eye Changling covetously? But when I was in Changping, I already saw clearly that these people were no different from each other. They all want to steal meat from each other's mouths. If they do not steal evenly, they will fight. For people as weak as us, if we really cooperate with them, we will only be eaten in one bite. The thick-browed young man suddenly turned to look strangely at him. You seem to be wrong. You just met eldest Miss Shong once. Why are you speaking as softly as her? Really? Fourth Mr. Zhao was slightly startled. Thinking back, it seemed that he had spoken slower than usual. When he spoke of these things, he did not have his usual anger. She probably learned something from her. After a slight pause, he sighed and said seriously, now you understand why Master did not let you stay in the sword furnace in the past and had you follow me to see more. Zhao Ji also shook his head seriously. I'm not that smart. Even if you can learn it, I might not be able to. Cultivation is like crossing the river by feeling for stones in the dark. The longer you live, the further you go. Comprehension and knowledge are more important. Fourth Mr. Zhao's personality seemed to have calmed down, and asked back without any anger, say, Jin Dongfu just now, he had cultivated to Realm 5 with great difficulty, why did he die here? Zhao Ji said without thinking, because he met us, and we don't have the habit of holding back. It's because they don't have foresight and knowledge. Fourth Mr. Zhao smiled disdainfully and said, he doesn't have knowledge. He followed us, and he died. The dynasties and sects, unless it is time to invade a city and destroy a dynasty, they usually do not interact much. The cultivators of the Qin dynasty and us are much stronger than the cultivators of the Yang, Chu, and Qi dynasties in this aspect. After all, we have fought for so many years, and even destroyed 3 countries. We have seen all kinds of tactics. Zhao Ji nodded thoughtfully. You probably do not understand why Master only taught you one move. Fourth Mr. Zhao glanced at him and said. Zhao Ji shook his head. Fourth Mr. Zhao raised his head and looked forward. He took a deep breath and said, Master is a grandmaster who truly knows how to teach according to the individual's ability. He knows that you are stupid and has let you only cultivate this move. There will be fewer obstacles in your cultivation that you cannot understand. He has you follow me because you only know that one move, and your methods are too monotonous. You should see more people, see more different methods. Remember them, and if you encounter similar things in the future, it will be easier to deal with them. Hearing the other call him stupid, Zhao Ji was not angry. His eyes were filled with deep emotion and longing. There was a large river ahead, the waves surging into the sky and sweeping up piles of snow. They had reached the Weiyi River. Let's go. Zhao Ji jumped onto a bamboo raft tied to the long grass by the shore. While he shouted at Fourth Mr. Zhao who was looking back at Changling, he did not immediately start rowing the raft. He took out 2 wine jugs, drank the strong wine in one of the jugs, and then poured the other into the surging river. Junior sect brother Zhao Zhon, I salute you. It was only now that tears began to flow from his eyes. Bam bam bam, the bamboo raft flowed down the raging waves. Zhao Ji did not hold an umbrella. He held the bamboo pole with one hand, and the other hand tapped on the pole as he sang loudly. His voice was rough, and the slang of a small place. The meaning was not clear, but the rhythm of the tapping was heavy and firm like metal. As the night deepened, the door under the falling parasol flag was pushed open, revealing a thread of dim light. Ding Ning put away the umbrella, casually closed the door, and then used a wooden bolt to fasten it. Zhongsun Qianxue sat behind a table and looked expressionlessly at him. There was an oil lamp on the table that illuminated a bowl of cold eel stir-fried noodles. There was a plate with 2 poached eggs at the side. Ding Ning had an abnormal flush on his face. After closing the door, his breathing grew heavier. But looking at Zhongsun Qianxue, who was waiting for him with the lamp, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled into a small smile. He did not say anything. He sat opposite Zhongsun Qianxue, pulled over the bowl of cold stir-fried noodles, put the 2 poached eggs on top, and then started to eat without a sound. Is it really so delicious? Seeing Ding Ning's slightly swollen stomach when he sat down, Zhongsun Qianxue's gaze grew colder. You clearly have eaten, but you still eat so much. All cultivators pay great attention to what they put in their mouth. When they drink water, they drink flower dew, and when they eat, they only eat plants and fruits that contain the spirit energy of the universe. You are so unrestrained after being injured, and eat so much. Is there really no problem? It is a waste of effort. Above Realm 8, the body will naturally cleanse. Ding Ning chewed half a poached egg and said with slight pride, also, who in the world can eat the poached eggs and noodles you make? Zhongsun Qianxue looked coldly at him. I bought the noodles and poached eggs from other stores. Ding Ning immediately grimaced and could not speak. Zhongsun Qianxue's expression grew serious as she looked at him. When you reach Realm 8, you will naturally cleanse your body. Cultivating your body and paying attention to your diet is really a waste of energy. Is this also what that person said? Ding Ning ate the remaining noodles in a fit of pique. He puffed out his cheeks and nodded. Realm 8, heaven opening. If one does not want to use large amounts of primal energies of the universe instead of condensing and storing them, then the cultivator is a key to opening the world. Their body must be pure. Zhongsun Qianxue was slightly shocked and frowned. But don't all the records say that only a clean diet can cleanse the body and reach Realm 8, heaven opening, and Realm 9, longevity? Ding Ning glanced at her and shook his head seriously. Very few people can reach Realm 8. So most of the records are just guesses. Those who can really reach it will at most pass on some of their comprehensions to their disciples. They will not spend effort to make people believe the mistakes in the records. Or rather, all the sects want the cultivators of other sects to take more detours and make more mistakes. Ding Ning rubbed his stomach and added. Zhongsun Qianxue pondered the meaning of these words and was silent. Ding Ning stood up. Just like before, he prepared to cultivate. He walked into the inner courtyard, washed himself with hot water, and changed into clean clothes. But tonight, he did not return directly to his bedroom. Instead, he lit an oil lamp and walked into a wine room at the side. The weak light of the fire lit up a wall near the window. There were many flower-like patterns on the wall. It looked as if someone had nothing better to do and drew a flower on the wall with a brush. It seemed to have been drawn for many years. Many flowers covered the entire wall. But Ding Ning knew that this was not an ordinary wall. He used a piece of charcoal to erase one of the flowers, and then seriously drew 2 more flowers. Because there were too many people and matters to remember, he feared he would miss one, so he made a wall like this. However, as he silently looked at this wall, especially at the 2 newly drawn flowers, he knew that he couldn't do anything right now, only wait. Chapter 15. The autumn wind and rain chilled his heart. After blowing out the oil lamp, Ding Ning took off his outer robes and sat cross-legged on his bed. He took out Song Shunshu's unexpected gift, the copper pill bottle, and poured out the small white pill that looked like a dead fish eye. This is the energy concentration pill that Realm 3 cultivators will use when advancing to Realm 4. Don't tell me you want to refine this pill now. As he looked at the pill, Zhongsun Qianxue's cold voice sounded in the darkness across from him through the curtain. Because this was a matter of cultivation, Ding Ning answered seriously, other people may not be able to, but my method is different from others. I can barely do it. Zhongsun Qianxue did not speak. She knew that tonight was important to Ding Ning, so she just closed her eyes and lay down without cultivating. Ding Ning did not speak. He swallowed the white pill that looked like a dead fish eye, crushed the pill bottle, and then closed his eyes. A spicy medicinal power started from his throat and quickly spread through his body. That unremarkable deathly white pill that looked like a dead fish's eye quickly disappeared from his body. However, the terrifying medicinal power seemed to have turned into an incomparably enormous deathly white fish in his body. The pale white fish, which was many times larger than his body, began to wantonly swim in his body. His meridians were rapidly bursting open. His flesh and blood were unable to withstand such a powerful medicinal aura. His flesh and blood began to crack and wither. If it were any other cultivator, they would definitely explode and die in the next instant, turning into countless pieces of flesh and blood. But at this time, the sound of silkworms sounded in the darkness. The sound grew denser, but it was not the sound of eating mulberry leaves, but rustling like they were spitting silk. Ding Ning's body started to shine with weak light. There seemed to be countless invisible silkworms crawling onto his body and spitting silk. Countless thin threads that could be seen with the naked eye formed around him. Each thread seemed to be the vital energy of a cultivator above Realm 3. They seemed to be made from liquid and contained great power. However, what was hard to imagine was that the color of each strand was very heterogeneous. It looked as if it was pieced together by many different colored true essences. The mottled threads moved around Ding Ning's body and gradually formed an enormous cocoon. Ding Ning inside was silent, and even his body temperature seemed to have disappeared. At dawn, a soft cry of a silkworm rang out from the silent cocoon. The strange cocoon silk suddenly broke inch by inch and dissipated into the invisible yuan qi in the world. Ding Ning opened his eyes and woke up. An aura of deathly stillness that even the most powerful cultivators could not sense seeped out of his body and spread through the air. In the depths of the earth, the insects, whose senses were many times stronger than humans, sensed this presence. They seemed to be afraid of misfortune descending on them, and fled furiously away from this small courtyard. Ding Ning slowly sat up. He felt the strong flow of physical energy in his body, as though countless raindrops were seeping into his bones. He knew that it was as he had imagined. Song Shunshu's unexpected gift had caused him to go from Realm 2 3rd class to Realm 2 2nd class bonewashing, and his physical energy had multiplied. A pill medicine that can greatly increase a Realm 3 1st class cultivator's chances of having a breakthrough only healed some of your wounds, and caused you to go from Realm 2 2nd class to Realm 2 2nd class. Do you not feel it is a waste? Zhongsun Qianxue had stood up and was combing her hair at the dressing table by the bed. She did not look at Ding Ning, and spoke in her usual cool tone. The way she combed her hair was stunningly beautiful. The faint morning light shone through the window, and Ding Ning was momentarily dazed. Zhongsun Qianxue's eyebrows rose slightly, her expression cold. Ding Ning coughed softly and said, "It is fine to waste a bit. The true importance of cultivation is to be able to do it, and not to wait. Also, I know many things, but the key is whether you can obtain them, and use them. Do not wait if you can do it. These words are reasonable." Zhongsun Qianxue continued to comb her hair and said seriously. Hearing her rare praise, Ding Ning felt that she would be more polite. But to his helplessness, Zhongsun Qianxue's voice turned cold again. "Do not stay on the bed, go open the shop." While there was a wall of things and people to remember, in a place like Changling, even cultivators above Realm 5 could die in one night. So for Ding Ning, all he could do now was cultivate and wait. He still had to open the shop. The autumn rain finally cleared after 5 or 6 days. No important people from the Divinity Bureau walked into the wine shop. Ding Ning knew that the scrolls related to him had probably been thrown into the fire. The most dangerous time had passed. For a long time in the future, the group of Divinity Bureau officials with noses more sensitive than hunting dogs would not waste effort on him. Autumn rain and cold. While the weather cleared for several days, the cold air grew thicker. In the morning, white frost finally appeared on the black roofs. But the roads were dry, and there were more carriages, but the business of the wine shop grew better. It was still early in the morning, and it was time for breakfast. Ding Ning, who had changed into a new thin jacket, held the large bowl he usually used to eat noodles. As he drank the remaining noodle soup, he looked at a nearby pond. Some yellow wutong leaves floated in the pond. Ding Ning thought in a daze that the water in the water dungeon must have become very cold. But how could he enter the deepest cell in the water prison? Like the yellow leaves on the tree, they kept falling down, but there was still no clue or method of taking shape. At this time, a yellow-robed advisor slowly walked over from one end of the alley. This private advisor was in his 40s. He had a short beard, a thin rectangular face, and an amiable smile. Although he had an account book under his arm and wore a narrow-sleeved yellow brocade robe with flying fish patterns, he gave off the feeling of an immortal. This yellow-robed advisor looked at the bottom of his feet to avoid the dirt. He walked in front of Ding Ning and smiled slightly at Ding Ning, who was looking at him up and down. He bowed and said, "Is this little boss surnamed Ding?" Ding Ning put down his empty bowl and returned the bow. He asked curiously, "My surname is Ding." "Sir is." "My surname is Shu, and my name is Nyan." The yellow-robed advisor smiled and pointed at the wine shop behind Ding Ning. He said amiably, "Today, I have come to collect rent." Ding Ning stilled slightly. "Collect rent. It is the safety rent that is paid once a month," the yellow-robed advisor explained with a faint smile. Ding Ning frowned and said suspiciously, "Did you remember incorrectly? This month has already been paid." The yellow-robed advisor smiled and said, "We did not remember incorrectly. In the past, 2-level tower collected rent. Starting today, Jinlintang will be collecting it." Ding Ning's eyes widened in shock. He once again looked closely at the yellow-robed advisor. The yellow-robed advisor still had a patient and calm expression. He smiled and allowed Ding Ning to look at him. Ding Ning thought for a moment and asked, "If what you said is true, why didn't you go to other shops? Why did you come straight to my shop the moment you walked in?" The yellow-robed advisor smiled again. "Who doesn't know that Little Boss Wine Shop has the best business in Falling Parasol? It is early now. If we were an hour later, this place would be full of customers. Going to Little Boss's shop first is our rule. It is also a good start. The reasoning seems good." Ding Ning rubbed his face and smiled slightly. He said, "But I think that sir should wait a few days before coming to collect rent." The yellow-robed advisor looked curiously at him. "Why?" Ding Ning said seriously, "The money of doing business should be delayed for as long as possible. Also, sir may be a Jianghu swindler, taking advantage of my young age to trick me. If sir does not have his legs broken in a few days and comes again, it means that sir is not a swindler. Also, we do not need to give the rent to old G of 2-level tower, we should give it to you." The yellow-robed advisor roared with laughter. While Ding Ning refused, he was very happy and smiled sincerely. Looking at Ding Ning, who was serious and had clear eyes, he could not help but reach out and pat Ding Ning's shoulder. "Little boss is right. I will come in a few days to collect rent. However, I am lacking a disciple. Why don't you follow me?" Ding Ning raised an eyebrow. "What are the benefits? Even if you cannot become a cultivator, you can at least have a skill. It will be much more interesting than cleaning the shop and selling wine here," the yellow-robed advisor said seriously. When the word cultivation was mentioned, this was the most important matter in the Qin dynasty. Yet Ding Ning straightforwardly picked up the noodle bowl and turned to walk back to the shop. He threw down, "I am going to wash the dishes." The yellow-robed advisor stilled slightly and then understood. The other felt that even collecting rent would have to wait a few days to see what was going on. Saying something more important now was nonsense. He felt that this youth was even more interesting and experienced. The light in his eyes grew. Even 2-level tower's business has been stolen. What is happening now? What is Jinlintang's background? Even the advisor collecting rent is a cultivator who has passed Realm 2. People who should come cannot leave, and people and matters who should not come. But what the yellow-robed advisor did not know was that Ding Ning, who walked into the wine shop, was unusually angry. Chapter 16. Looking at Ding Ning, who was casually throwing the bowl into the water basin, Zhongsun Qianxue, who was putting the newly brewed wine into small jars, frowned and said in displeasure, "Even this kind of street matter bothers you?" Ding Ning naturally knew that with Zhongsun Qianshue's perception, she must have heard his conversation with that person. He also frowned and said, "This is not an ordinary street matter. On the surface, two-level tower only takes up the rental business of a small piece of land in the south of the city. But I heard that most of the brothels and gambling houses in Changling are owned by them. They have been doing this for more than a decade, and their foundation is very stable. I had not paid much attention to Jinlintang in the past. On the surface, they seem to be doing some caravan and transportation business. I do not know what happened behind the scenes when they suddenly jumped out to take over two-level towers territory. So what?" Zhongsun Qianxue looked coldly at him and said coldly, "Regardless of whether it is two-level tower or Jinlintang, they are just dogs raised by the important people in the court. It is just that some of the families in the court did not divide the spoils evenly, so they have to redistribute it. It may be so in other places, but the capitals of the dynasties are not so simple." Ding Ning understood what she was thinking. He gently shook his head and patiently explained, "The size of the capitals of the dynasties are much smaller than the other large cities. Take Changling as an example. Long ago, the population of the previous dynasty was in the millions. After the Han, Zhao, and Wei were destroyed, large numbers of women and children were taken to Changling as slaves. After that, there were no restrictions on immigration. Up until now, the long-term population has more than doubled. Also, there are travelers and caravans from various countries. This was only a matter of a dozen or so years. The power of the aristocratic families of the previous dynasty would not collapse in this short dozen or so years. Now, even those Marquis Manors, when Marquis Manors married their daughters, they still had to choose those aristocratic families for marriage and borrow some power. Changling was too complicated and intertwined. No one could stick their hand in too deeply, not even Minister Yang and Minister Li. Otherwise, based on the abilities and thoughts of those two, Changling would not have so many gangster sects. At most, there would only be a few left working for them. There is too little time, and there are too many matters to manage in court. I also have to cherish my own people. There are many serpents hidden in the streets of Changling. These serpents can contribute to fighting against other dynasties, but if I really want to make these serpents submit, I may lose a few arms, and not even keep my position in court." After pausing for a moment, Ding Ning continued, "The capital cities of the other dynasties are not that different. Although the dynasty had been established for a long time, the emperor had given birth to too many sons, and the lands that were given to the nobles were not taken back. The influence of the aristocratic families and the nobles could even sway the decisions of the imperial palace. Which prince can succeed the throne, which woman can become the empress, it all depends on whether the woman's family has the absolute upper hand at that time." Zhongsun Qianxue understood Ding Ning's meaning. These words caused her to think of her past. A layer of frost slowly covered her face. At this time, Ding Ning did not notice her expression. He thought of the hunchbacked old man with the black bamboo staff in Fish Market. He thought of the price he had paid many years ago for the aristocratic families to make concessions, for the Qin dynasty to be different from the other dynasties. His mood grew heavy, and he unconsciously hung his head. Just like you said, if the gangster sects are just dogs raised by someone, then the casualties will be lower. But most of the gangster sects in Changling only give benefits to some important people and use each other. What I am most afraid of is that some important person has ambitions, and is secretly trying to change the situation in some places. This will be bloody, and I do not know how many people will die. I do not fear killing, but I fear more trouble. It's too messy. It'll take a lot of effort to sort things out. Besides, we can't even reveal our identities as cultivators right now. I'm not even at the third realm. If I get dragged into this, I don't know what the consequences will be." As Ding Ning spoke with his head bowed, he was worried that the hunchbacked old man in Fish Market and the people behind him would be pulled into this storm. Zhongsun Qianshue's eyes were cold. She finally lost interest in Ding Ning's words. For her, Ding Ning's plans had been disrupted. His cultivation was too low. Even whether he could succeed in his plans was his business. She only had one thing in Changling, to surpass all the cultivators in front of her. She only had to consider her sword and her cultivation. She could even not leave this wine shop every day. She was the simplest. She had been the same in the past. The yellow-robed advisor Xu Nian was right. While they did not care much about making wine, Zhongsun Qianxue and Ding Ning's wine shop was the most popular shop in Falling Parasol. As it neared noon, the tables in the wine shop were almost full. Most of the people present were customers who had brought their own food and dishes to match the wine. Ding Ning lay weakly on the counter and dozed off, but his ears were sensitive enough to catch every word in the air. A light carriage drove into Falling Parasol and stopped under the indigo wine flag. The passenger on the carriage nimbly jumped down and walked through the doors of the wine shop. This was a youth dressed in eggplant-colored python robes. His clean and shiny black hair was coiled on top of his head with 2 indigo ribbons. In Changling, only outsiders would do this. The Qin people of Changling usually wore their hair down or tied it behind their heads. Even the nobility were used to using jade bangles or jade hairpins to tie their hair up. This outsider sat down at an empty table and waved his hand at Ding Ning, whose chin was on the counter. "Waiter, wine." All the customers in the shop glanced at him and smiled maliciously. Ding Ning looked up and lazily shouted, "Get the wine if you want. This is the shop's rule." So arrogant. Business was so good even with such arrogance. Was the wine of this small wine shop really so good? This youth dressed in eggplant-colored python robes stilled and finally realized why the surrounding customers were looking at him like he was a wooden club. He stood up angrily and walked in front of Ding Ning. 20 copper coins for a pot. Salted peanuts, 5 copper coins for a plate. Before he could speak, Ding Ning pointed at the wine pots and plates of peanuts on the counter and indicated for him to get the wine himself. This youth frowned slightly and could not say anything. He threw out 20 copper coins and took a pot of wine. Returning to his table, this youth drank with great vigor. He did not drink slowly like ordinary customers, but opened the lid of the pot and took a mouthful. However, in the next instant, this young man's expression became extremely ugly. It was as if his throat was suddenly grabbed by someone. With a puff, the mouthful of wine that had already reached his throat was directly sprayed out from his mouth. "It is so sour, like rice water mixed with spoiled rice. Can this still be called wine?" He glanced at the cups of the surrounding drinkers and then glanced at his own pot. He was so angry that his fingers started to tremble. He couldn't help but yell out, "You didn't even filter out the distiller's grains. How can such a thing be called wine? It has such a great reputation." Seeing his grief and anger, the surrounding customers looked at each other. They knew this person really loved wine. Yet at the same time, they had disdainful smiles. Could it be that you really rushed to this wine shop just to taste wine? Were you stupid? Ding Ning's expression was calm as the stranger shouted angrily. He nodded seriously and answered, "The wine of this shop all tastes like this." Pa! A shattering sound was heard. The angry youth smashed the wine pot to the ground. He was clearly furious and shouted again, "Can this be called wine? What is it if not wine? The wine of the Qin is like this. If you can drink it, drink it. If you cannot drink it, it is your problem. You are from the Chu. Do you want to behave atrociously in Changling?" The people of Changling did not have good feelings towards foreigners. Also, this stranger was clearly Chu Yin, and probably not even from the Qin dynasty. More than half of the people in the wine shop stood up after several heavy slaps on the table. "So what if I am from the Chu?" This youth looked at the surrounding figures. A hint of disdain and pride appeared on his angry face. "Didn't you still give your Yangshan commandery to my dynasty?" As soon as he said this, there was no sound in the wine shop. The eyes of all the customers were burning red. This was no longer a matter of bickering. In the 3rd year of Yuanwu, the Qin dynasty that had defeated the Zhao, Han, and Wei dynasties had fought a great battle with the Chu dynasty. In that battle, the Qin army had been killed by 200,000 and lost countless chariots. They had suffered a great defeat and had to cede land and beg for peace. Up until now, the Yangshan commandery could not be taken back. The Chu dynasty had only sent an unfavored prince as a hostage in Changling according to the agreement at the time. One hostage exchanged for 600 miles of land, and this was a son that the Chu king did not favor. 600 miles of fertile land and hundreds of thousands of Qin people. This matter was the humiliation of all the Qin people. Just as the alcohol energy was about to be burned into killing energy and blood was about to scatter onto the cold ground, an icy voice suddenly sounded from within the wine shop. Marching and fighting are matters between soldiers and cultivators. If you don't drink properly and want to discuss these things with others, then leave. Do not make trouble here. As the cold voice spoke, the curtain to the inner courtyard was lifted. The icy Zhongsun Qianxue had an expression as though she was chasing the guests away. The anger and murderousness in the eyes of all the customers dissipated into heat and impatience. The first few people to stand up first smiled awkwardly and sat down. The disdainful youth was suddenly petrified. He had never thought that he would see such a peerless beauty in a wine shop like this. Looking at Zhongsun Qianxue's soul-stirring features, his breathing became irregular. He finally understood why so many customers would come to this wine shop to drink. Wine had to warm people's hearts. Wine that could warm people's hearts was good wine. While the wine of this wine shop was sour and hard to drink, if one looked at her, it would not just be the heart that warmed. These ordinary men would feel hot all over for a long time. This is a beauty comparable to a commandery. This foreign youth was dazed. His heart burned and he wanted to ask for this woman's name. Hey, you have to pay for the broken wine jug. But at this time, Ding Ning looked up from the counter and lazily said to him, also, when you leave, clean up the fragments on the ground to prevent them from pricking people's feet. Chapter 17. The Qin people were straightforward and hot-tempered. It was common to see them use swords at the slightest disagreement. However, what could the struggles of the common people achieve in the affairs of the two dynasties? When the anger dissipated, this kind of conflict would be over. No one would take it seriously. Everything was the same as before. Ding Ning did the same things as before. When he was free, he would walk around Changling, cultivate late at night, and open his shop in the morning. The weather grew colder. Ding Ning knew that autumn usually passed quickly in Changling. When the frost on the door grew thicker in the morning, he could count on his fingers when the first snow would arrive. It was still just past morning. Ding Ning had just finished a bowl of noodles with pig intestines and washed his special coarse porcelain bowl. At the entrance of the alley on one side, a group of students in bright clothes walked in, talking and laughing. Seeing the patterns on the students' robes, Ding Ning's eyes showed a light he did not usually see. He raised his head and looked at the sky above the wutong tree that had lost all its leaves. He sighed emotionally in his heart. Is it finally here? The sword was the main weapon of the cultivators of the Qin dynasty. The lands of the Qin dynasty had been carved out by generations of cultivators in the years of war with their swords. After the Zhao sword furnace disappeared, the Qin dynasty's Minute Mountain sword sect and Lingshu sword gate were recognized as the strongest sword sects in the world. These two great sword sects were very strict in teaching disciples. Regardless of whether they accepted disciples or left the mountains, they would only open their gates on a few fixed days each year. If a disciple could not cultivate to a certain level, they could only stay in the sect to cultivate for the rest of their lives. This was to prevent them from being casually killed by someone after they left the sect and tarnishing the reputation of the two great sword sects. Other than these two great sects, there were hundreds of famous sword schools in Changling. With existences like Minute Mountain Sword Sect and Spirit Void Sword Sect to learn from, these cultivation places were very strict in their management of their disciples. In most cultivation places, only those who had reached Realm 3 and above had the right to walk freely outside. Those students who were far from Realm 3 were only allowed to play outside on the rare days when the school was not in session. This group of students, who were like birds out of a cage, had several different patterns on their clothes. The long swords they carried were also different. Obviously, they belonged to several different sword academies. It was only because they had a good relationship that they decided to travel together. Among these students, several of them wore plain satin robes with cloud patterns on their sleeves. Ding Ning's gaze would occasionally fall on those cloud patterns. Those who could enter the sword schools were naturally the young geniuses of Changling. Those who could stay in the end would definitely become cultivators. Those who could play and relax so happily on the opening day were naturally the best of the schools. Those students whose cultivation speed was not good did not dare to relax for even a moment even during the school holidays. They cultivated with all their might, hoping to rise to the top. Among this group of students, the one walking at the front was a tall, square-faced youth who looked like a dragon and tiger. He was the fifth young master of the shoe establishment in the South City, Shu Hashan. The shoe establishment in the South City had been one of the major families in Guangzhou in the previous dynasty. Later, they had produced several generals and were made 1,000 households. They could be said to have deep foundations, and were not like many families who had weakened due to the new policies during the Yuanwu era. The disciples of this generation of shoe establishment had worked hard. Other than the ninth young master who had been ill since childhood and did not have the potential to cultivate, the other disciples had all entered various cultivation places. This Shu Hashan cultivated in Pine Sword School. Among the students in the same year, he had few opponents. Other than him, there was a youth dressed in plain satin robes and a young woman dressed in purple satin robes in this group of students. Their backgrounds were also extraordinary. The youth dressed in plain satin robes looked to be 13 or 14 years old. He was of medium build, and while his face was young, he was filled with pride. Also, there were cloud patterns on the sleeves of his satin robes. This youth was called Xie Changsheng. The Xie family was a major business in the south, and his mother came from the Zhongshan family of the Wei dynasty. Before the war between the Qin and Wei started, his mother had persuaded many people from her family to come to Changling and cut off ties with the Wei dynasty. The Xie family was able to have a place in Changling because of that unusually far-sighted action. As to the young woman dressed in purple satin robes, Nangong Tsaishu, she was a new noble in Changling. Her father was a general who guarded Lisha Commandery, which had originally been an important city of the Zhao dynasty. Usually, the generals who could guard a place like this were important officials that the emperor trusted the most. Although they were all young geniuses who had a good relationship with each other, their family backgrounds were different after all. When they talked, the others were more or less reserved and excessively courteous. It was even to the extent that because they were worried about bumping into these three people, they intentionally maintained a certain distance from them. Therefore, the space around these three people was clearly much more empty than the surroundings of the others. These three did not detect this. Shu Hashan, who was walking at the front, smiled and was very talkative. Seeing the wine flag in front of him, he turned slightly and said to the young talents beside him with a smile, "It should be that one. Supposedly, the wine is made without any method and is terrible. But because the female boss is beautiful, the business is very good. Today, I want to see if the rumors are true." Although Xie Changsheng was young, he grinned when he heard this and said, "If that's really the case, why don't you ask your father to arrange this marriage for you first and take her as a concubine to prevent others from snatching her first?" The surrounding young talents laughed. The young girl in purple robes, Nangong Tsaishu, frowned in disgust. She looked at Shu Hashan and Xie Changsheng and snorted coldly. "I fear that if this is the case, in the end, Brother Shu's father will have a concubine." Shu Hashan immediately had an awkward expression. Everyone knew that his father was lecherous and had taken in 9 concubines. Because it was rare for them to have a relaxing day, these young talents were in good moods. Amidst the laughter, Shu Hashan, who was walking at the front, finally stepped into the nameless wine shop of Falling Parasol. Ding Ning looked calmly at Shu Hashan, who had stepped over the door. Shu Hashan, who was in a good mood, looked at the surroundings and then at Ding Ning, who did not come up to greet him. He thought, the environment of this wine shop was just as the rumors said. He smiled warmly and asked Ding Ning, "Little boss, are you the only one in the shop?" Ding Ning looked at these Changling youths and said directly, "Are you here to drink or to see my aunt?" Seeing Ding Ning's reaction, these Changling youths stilled and then realized that the other must have seen many things like this. Their expectations immediately rose. The young-faced Xie Changsheng was the most experienced at this time. He smiled slightly. "So what if you want to drink? So what if you want to see your aunt?" Ding Ning said coolly, "If you want to drink, pay according to the rules, Take the wine and find a seat. If you want to see my aunt, unless all the wine outside is sold out. This is interesting. The group of people laughed out loud. No wonder business is so good. I hope you will not disappoint us. Xie Changsheng shook his head and smiled. He took out a coin from his robes and threw it on the table. The sound of the coin landing on the table was soft, but even the youths behind Xie Changsheng were slightly shocked. This was a mica knife coin. If you do not disappoint me, I will reward you with this mica knife coin. Xie Changsheng, who had casually thrown this mica knife coin, made the youths feel that there was an indescribable difference between them and Xie Changsheng. Nangong Caishu frowned deeply. Even though the Xie family was one of the wealthiest in Guangzhou, Xie Changsheng's conduct still displeased her. Even though he could intimidate this common youth, Xie Changsheng did not think that most of the people in the surroundings might not even have a mica knife coin in a year. A just cause enjoys abundant support, an unjust cause finds little support. Sometimes, careless actions like this could cause a gap in people's hearts and make them unable to get close. But at this time, a calm voice sounded. Get the wine if you want. Nangong Caishu stilled. She looked in shock at Ding Ning like she wanted to see a flower bloom on Ding Ning's calm face. Everyone was also stunned. This was an answer that Xie Changsheng had not expected. He raised his head and looked in displeasure at Ding Ning. He said, "Can you just buy and not drink? The most important thing in business is to be flexible. Can't you send out a few more jars?" Ding Ning immediately turned and shouted towards the inner courtyard. "Aunt." Xie Changsheng stilled at such a quick response. Xu Hashan and the others looked at each other and smiled. They all felt that Ding Ning was interesting. At this time, the curtain connected to the inner courtyard was blown by the wind. Zhongsun Qianxue walked out with a jar of wine. All the youths, no matter if it was Xu Hashan, Xie Changsheng, or even Nangong Caishu, felt their hearts skip a beat when they saw Zhongsun Qianxue for the first time. They were as shocked as when they saw the elders of the sword school show their cultivation for the first time. They were all dumbstruck. They didn't dare to believe that there was such a beautiful woman in a place like Falling Parasol. Xie Changsheng's lips parted slightly. He, who could easily spend money, could not speak at this time. At this time, Zhongsun Qianxue looked at him with a cold gaze, causing his hands to feel cold. But what he was thinking now was, if such a beautiful woman smiled, what color would she be? With a soft bang, Zhongsun Qianxue put the jar of wine on the stage in front of Ding Ning. Xu Hashan's heart jumped and he finally came back to his senses. All of this was as Ding Ning had imagined. But at this time, his expression changed slightly. The sound of hooves sounded. A carriage came from one end of the alley and slowly came over. Chapter 18. This was a very luxurious carriage. The two tall horses pulling the carriage had strange silver-white fur all over their bodies. Moreover, they were abnormally clean and looked as if they had been smeared with a layer of wax to make them shine. The carriage was made from the finest red sandalwood, and every place was carved with patterns. The carvings overlapped, and inlaid with gold and jade. It was extremely luxurious. Even the driver was a silver-robed swordsman with a long sword at his waist. This swordsman was tall and had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He looked very elegant and noble. His black hair was spread out behind him, but it was slightly gathered on both sides and tied in the middle with a green cloth band. The rest of his hair was still loose, but it would not fall in front of his cheeks in the wind. This kind of hair ornament gave him a natural and unrestrained attitude. He looked to be in his 20s, but his movements were calm and steady. The carriage stopped in front of the wine shop under the parasol tree by the wall. After confirming that he would not obstruct the passage of others, this silver-robed swordsman slowly walked into the wine shop. Ding Ning looked at this elegant and noble silver-robed swordsman and raised an eyebrow. When he saw the crane-shaped seal carved on the sword hilt of this silver-robed swordsman, he knew the origins of this uninvited guest. He clearly realized that this uninvited guest was related to the Chu person who had come not long ago. The alley was very short. So while this silver-robed swordsman's movements were calm and elegant, When he walked into the wine shop and appeared in Ding Ning's sight, Shu Hashan, who had finally recovered, took a deep breath and moved his lips slightly, preparing to speak. But Zhongsun Qianshue's gaze also landed on this swordsman. Everyone's gaze uncontrollably landed on this swordsman. Shu Hashan was about to speak when he was interrupted by the arrival of this swordsman. He paused and naturally felt displeased. The silver-robed sword master saw that there were actually so many students in the store and was slightly surprised. When he looked at Zhongsun Qianxue, a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. But in the next moment, he did not lose his composure. He bowed slightly to Zhongsun Qianxue and said, "I am Chen Limo, a subordinate of Li Lingjun. Greetings to Miss Zhongsun Qianxue." Shu Hashan's expression suddenly changed. Nangong Tsaishu raised her eyebrows, which were like two small swords. Xie Changsheng snorted coldly. The reactions of the students around them were also different, but their eyes were naturally burning with a strong killing intent. Because it was related to the shame of the Qin dynasty. Li Lingjun was the hostage of the Chu dynasty who had exchanged 600 square miles of fertile land of the Qin state. These young talents of Changling would definitely become famous cultivators in the future. The things they bore were naturally different from those poor people in the marketplace. So, without any provocation, they felt enmity. But unlike those ordinary barbarians, they all knew that Li Lingjun was not an ordinary person. Other than his identity as the son of an emperor, Li Lingjun's experiences could be described as miserable. His mother had been a musician in the palace who had been favored by the king of Chu and had given birth to Li Lingjun. But many years later, she had been sentenced to death because she had offended the king of Chu with her words. In order to not see the end of it, the king of Chu had casually given Li Lingjun a piece of land that no one wanted and sent him away from his sight. Supposedly, this had been the result of someone in court advising him. Otherwise, with the king of Chu's personality, he might have sent a secret order for Li Lingjun to follow his dead mother. But even though the land Li Lingjun had been given was far from the imperial city of the Chu dynasty, so far that people had forgotten him, when the Chu dynasty needed a prince as a hostage to exchange for a city of the Qin dynasty, the king of Chu immediately thought of him. Everyone knew that the outcomes of hostages of various countries were miserable. For those emperors who controlled the lives of countless armies and cultivators, they would not care about the life and death of the son they disliked the most. But as a Chu person who had come from afar and did not have much wealth, Li Lingjun had become an important person in less than a decade in Changling. He had more than 1,000 diners under his wing, including hundreds of cultivators. No one knew how he had slowly climbed up from the position of an abandoned pawn to his present status in Changling. But everyone was certain that he had many things that ordinary people could not reach. For the students of the academies who had not become such an existence, they naturally felt respect and awe towards such a person. As Li Lingjun's subordinate, Chen Moli, spoke, the gazes of Xie Changsheng and the others once again gathered on Zhongsun Qianxue. To everyone's surprise, Zhongsun Qianxue did not say anything. She was like a fairy that had walked out of a painting. She frowned slightly and then turned to walk back into the inner courtyard. Chen Moli stilled at such a reaction. Zhongsun Qianxue's actions also stilled Xie Changsheng. But when he saw Chen Moli's slightly embarrassed expression, this proud youth from a prestigious family in Guangzhou felt even better. He suddenly laughed. He laughed so hard that his eyes narrowed, and the ridicule in his eyes grew thicker and thicker. You think you can scare people by bringing up Li Lingjun. Pity that Li Lingjun is not a marquis of Changling. Otherwise, Miss Zhongsun Qianxue may pay attention. Ding Ning looked calmly at Xie Changsheng. He felt the courage of this proud youth with many flaws. His evaluation of Xie Changsheng immediately rose. Chen Moli's hand unconsciously landed on his sword hilt. The sparrow didn't know the ambitions of the swan. The two of them didn't exist in the same world. Detachment and self-restraint sometimes came from carelessness. In Chen Moli's heart, these students weren't on the same level as him, so his handsome face was expressionless. There wasn't even a trace of anger. Compared to the countless families of Changling, regardless of prosperity or decline, Li Lingjun was just an outsider. Even if these students' words were unpleasant, he would not care. But today, he was certain that Zhongsun Qianxue was the person Li Lingjun had to have. This matter was unprecedentedly important. He needed a quiet environment to talk, and he needed to do something. Just how old are you? You do not study the sword, but do such meaningless things. His expression didn't change at all. He didn't even look at Xie Changsheng. He only shook his head and said softly. Xie Changsheng was very young. He was about the same height as Ding Ning, and also slightly thin. Even his satin robes were slightly loose. When he smiled normally, he could only be described as cute. But he was a cultivator. Hearing Chen Moli's words, everyone in the surroundings who were familiar with Xie Changsheng's personality stopped breathing. The air immediately turned cold. Frost seemed to form on Xie Changsheng's small face. He was silent for a long moment and then raised his head slightly. Looking at Chen Moli, he shook his head and said, "I hope that your sword will make me feel that you have the right to say this." Chen Moli smiled slightly. He did not say anything. However, an indescribable aura suddenly exuded from his body. A wind suddenly blew through the wine shop. All the students stopped breathing. Chen Moli still did not move, but the primal energies of the universe around him grew stronger. Pew pew pew. In the end, there seemed to be countless small wind tunnels around his body. Invisible primal energies of the universe blew outwards. Even in the eyes of cultivators, this was very gentle, but the strong power caused the tables and chairs around him to move outwards. Xie Changsheng's gaze grew colder, and his face unconsciously paled. The satin robes of him and all the students around him flapped in the wind. This was Realm 4. Only cultivators who reached Realm 4 could merge energy and store energy. In their usual cultivation, they could merge a part of the primal energies of the universe into their vital energy, and turn their bodies into a vessel that could store some primal energies of the universe. Nangong Tsaishu's eyelashes trembled. She was furious but also helpless. Yet at this time, Chen Moli's presence started to weaken again. Some banks seemed to be building inside his body, and gave off strange sounds. "I am older than you, and I think you will not accept using cultivation to suppress you." Chen Moli looked calmly at the Changling students and said coolly, "Who is the strongest among you? I can suppress my cultivation to the same level as him. If he can defeat me, I will apologize and leave. But if I win, please leave immediately." Chapter 19. The primal energies of the universe stopped gushing, the wind stopped, the tables and chairs stopped moving. Chen Moli was the same as when he first entered the wine shop. No terrifying presence could be felt from him. Yet his calm words continued to blow through the students like a gust of wind. Ding Ning frowned slightly and was about to speak. But before he could say anything, Chen Moli indifferently said, "Go out. Otherwise, if you mess up something, you will have to waste energy to clean it up." He calmly turned around and walked out of the wine shop. Xu Hashan's expression grew uglier. But when Chen Moli turned, he did not immediately follow. He turned to look at Xie Changsheng and Nangong Tsaishu and said in a low voice, "Suppressing one's cultivation has nothing to do with one's cultivation." The students present were smart. They all understood the meaning of Xu Hashan's words. In a situation where one's cultivation base was not a factor, the key to victory or defeat was often the experience and fighting skills of the enemy. "I understand." Xie Changsheng looked at Chen Moli's back and said coldly, "This is about face. Naturally, we have to let the one best at fighting fight." When he said this, the gazes of all the students stopped on Nangong Tsaishu. Among them, putting aside the factor of cultivation, the one who was the best at fighting was actually this girl who looked the most delicate. Nangong Tsaishu seemed to know this herself. Her expression grew solemn. Without a word, she was the first to move and walked at the front. Chen Moli stood still in the alley. He looked down at the ground and saw numerous weeds growing in the cracks of the stone beside his boots. He thought of Li Lingjun, whom he had followed. In the Qin capital, he was like the weeds that struggled to survive in the cracks of the stone. But after today, would there be a change in this situation? His expression grew solemn. He turned to look at Nangong Tsaishu, who had walked in front of him. He nodded and said, "Please." Nangong Tsaishu narrowed her eyes and nodded. "Please." Her voice echoed in the alley. The sparrows on the surrounding parasol trees suddenly flew up. Countless yellow leaves spun out of Nangong Tsaishu's body. A wild wind rose. Nangong Tsaishu cut towards Chen Moli in a straight line, leaving behind after images. A fish-patterned iron sword appeared in her right hand and slashed towards Chen Moli's head in an abnormally straight manner. As soon as the sword was drawn, the old force disappeared and a new force was born. Streams of true energy were constantly erupting, disappearing, and exploding on the sword. In the clear and cold air, there were waves of air. It was an unusually straight sword, but it gave people the feeling that there were countless swords. This was the Liancheng sword art of her father, the great general who guarded Lisha County, Nangong Pocheng. In the many recorded stories of the battles with the Zhao dynasty, Nangong Pocheng had many experiences of sending several heavy armored chariots flying with one sword strike. This was an extremely ferocious sword momentum that was continuously exerted through the control of true qi. There was a strange light in Chen Moli's eyes. He didn't expect such a delicate girl to be so ferocious. It could even be said that she was mighty. However, in the face of such a ferocious sword, his only reaction was a strange light flashing in his eyes. He didn't take a single step back, and the cry of a crane seemed to resound in the air. His sword left its scabbard. The hilt of his sword was made of pure white jade, and the body of the sword was also sparkling and translucent. It was thin and slightly transparent, with light feather patterns on it. It looked very delicate, but also very fragile. Yet this sword was crudely and simply swung horizontally. It was lifted up and smashed towards the fish-patterned iron sword coming down from above. There was an enormous bang. A wave of air exploded around the two. Even the soft grass in the cracks of the stone under Chen Moli's feet were cut by the strong and sharp sword energy. Xie Changsheng and the others unconsciously narrowed their eyes. No one had expected that the seemingly weak white sword in Chen Moli's hand would be able to release such power. Furthermore, it was able to release such power in such a short period of time. Even more importantly, the white sword in his hand was not wounded at all, and was just trembling. Yet Nangong Tsaishu's broad fish-patterned iron sword was slightly bent. Threads of blood flowed from her hand to the hilt of the fish-patterned iron sword. Many spectators had walked out of the alleys around Falling Parasol. They might not have seen the finesse of this battle, but they were shocked that Nangong Tsaishu's small body could release such power. An ear-piercing hiss of fury erupted from Nangong Tsaishu's lips. The soles of her boots were almost exploding, but she didn't take a single step back. She gritted her teeth and endured the pain. Her left hand stabbed towards Chen Moli's abdomen. In this moment, a small indigo sword appeared in her left hand. The surface of this small green sword had many naturally formed vine patterns due to the forging. At the same time she stabbed upwards, the true energy that flowed out of the sword also caused many thin green vines to grow in the air, making it difficult to see where the tip of the sword was pointing. This was the Green Vine Vital Energy and Green Vine Sword Manual of the Green Vine Sword Academy. Ding Ning's expression grew grave. No wonder even someone as proud as Xie Changsheng would give up his position for Nangong Tsaishu to fight. The Green Vine Sword Academy's Green Vine Vital Energy and Green Vine Sword Manual were difficult to work together. Nangong Tsaishu was able to use the two to such power at Realm 2. She was a rare genius. The sword essence came at his abdomen. Even Chen Moli's expression changed dramatically when there was such a soft sword hidden under the strong blow. He had an impulse to release his vital energy. However, he still forcefully controlled his impulses. In that split second, his left hand also moved. His left hand did not have a sword, but a sword sheath, a grand green sharkskin sheath. This sword sheath suddenly turned into a puddle of spring water and wrapped around the vines growing upwards. Everyone only heard a soft clang. This was the sound of a sword returning to its sheath. All of the vine-like sword energies disappeared. Nangong Tsaishu's face turned pale. All the students behind her sucked in a breath of cold air. Her sword returned to Chen Moli's sheath. Amidst the countless vines, in such a short time, Chen Moli had accurately grasped her true sword shadow and used the scabbard to sheath her sword with extreme precision. In the next moment, Chen Moli's movements did not stop. Chen Moli held one end of the sword sheath and continued to swing. The spring water continued to flow. Nangong Tsaishu finally could not hold on. Her body was first pried up like a rock, her heels off the ground. In the next moment, her sword-wielding left hand was shaken loose. The small green sword she held left her hand. Like a bird caught in a cage, it was still trapped in Chen Moli's green sword sheath. Xie Changsheng lowered his head. His heart was cold and furious, but he knew anything he said now was useless. Xu Hashan and the other students were also pale. From the moment Chen Moli started to show his cultivation, they knew that this Chu dynasty swordsman was strong. Yet they had not expected him to be so strong. Even Nangong Tsaishu, who the teachers of Green Vine Sword School thought was the best at fighting among the students of Green Vine Sword School in the last few decades, had lost so easily. Even her Green Vine sleeve sword had been taken by a scabbard. Pew, pew, with two soft sounds, Nangong Tsaishu's feet landed on the ground. Two plumes of dust came out of her feet. She was a young girl. Thinking of the teachings of the teachers of the academy, and seeing the green vine sleeve sword she treasured like her life taken by the other, she was so embarrassed she wanted to cry. Chen Moli glanced at her. He put his sword away. The green vine sleeve sword flew out of his sheath and landed in front of Nangong Tsaishu. At the same time, the white jade long sword in his right hand returned to its sheath. There was an indescribable elegance in his posture. To be able to cultivate the green vine art and green vine sword manual to such a level with such cultivation, you can be proud. Maybe you can defeat me in the future. He looked seriously at Nangong Tsaishu and praised sincerely without any pretense. Nangong Tsaishu did not look at him. She looked at the trembling green vine sleeve sword in the crack in the stone in front of her. She felt the helplessness and powerlessness of the green vine sleeve sword. Her nose felt sore. She felt sorry for it. She took a deep breath and rubbed her nose. Then, she pulled out the small green sword, and her expression became extremely solemn once again. A faint green light swept past, as if a vine leaf had grown in the air. A faint bloody mark appeared on her right palm and several drops of blood seeped out. "Mr. Chen, please live well. I will definitely defeat you." She raised her bleeding right hand and put the small green sword at her chest as she said seriously. This was the sword oath of the Qin. In her view, a loss was a loss, and a win was a win. It was not important if there was anything to be proud of in the process. Even more importantly, as long as she was alive, she would win back what she had lost. Chen Moli was silent for many breaths. Not out of fear, but out of respect and worry. The Qin had the hearts of tigers and wolves. Even a young girl like Changling had shown enough to make any Chu person wary. But what he needed to do today, he could not let this young girl and the students behind her slow him down. So his expression grew calm and cold again. Today's competition is actually unfair. After all, I have more battle experience than all of you. His gaze swept across Nangong Tsaishu's white hand, and the faces of Xie Changsheng, Xu Mozhan, and the others. Then he slowly said, "I am only 27 this year." Ordinary people would find it hard to understand to suddenly mention one's age so seriously at this time. But these students were all cultivators. Usually, before they officially started cultivating, they would have already read countless books about cultivation and listened to a lot of teachings. So they knew the true meaning in Chen Moli's words. Chapter 20. The first step of becoming a cultivator was already extremely difficult for an ordinary person to enter into a state of complete meditation, where the psyche power was like a bystander, and where the psyche power could enter the depths of one's body and feel the internal qi in one's organs. After becoming a cultivator, the higher they went, the more difficult it was. The basic requirement for many sword schools to enter the inner school and receive the guidance of famous teachers and resources was to become a Realm 1 cultivator. To be able to leave the mountain and obtain the right to travel outside, they only had to reach Realm 3. Realm 3, Vital Energy Realm, sounded simple. But this realm alone had blocked the path of many cultivators. There were many white-haired old men in the true Chi realm who did menial tasks in the various cultivation grounds. From Realm 2 to Realm 3, the greatest barrier was to sense the primal energies of the universe. From the primal energies of the universe around the body, one could sense the primal energies of the universe that were suitable for oneself and merged with one's vital energy. Sensing the minute details of one's body and sensing the internal energies of the 5 organs was enough to prevent most people from becoming cultivators. To touch the larger and more empty primal energies of the universe that did not have much connection to one's body was something that many cultivators could not do in their entire lives. They had enough physical energy, but they could not sense the primal energies of the universe. They could not sense the living power that they could use, and they would always die at this barrier. Knowing that the mountain was right in front of them, but they could not see it. This was the sorrow of many cultivators. When they arrived at the mountain, they could finally feel and see the mountain. Then, they could finally cross the mountain. This was the process of breaking through each major realm of cultivation. Everyone took a different amount of time to break through. Some people only needed a few years to break through, while others needed a lifetime to break through. Chen Moli's true age was 27, but his cultivation had reached Realm 4. Nangong Tsaishu, Xie Changsheng, and the others knew that this kind of breakthrough speed was extremely fast. It could even be said that based on their present cultivation state, and the records of their respective sword schools, they would have a hard time reaching Realm 4 before the age of 27. When we were at the same age, it was impossible for you to reach my level. This was the true meaning of Chen Moli's words. Xie Changsheng slowly looked up. He looked at Chen Moli's smooth face and his gaze grew colder. Most of the cultivators looked very young. That was because after reaching the true energy realm, the changes to one's body could greatly increase one's lifespan. There were many cultivation techniques that could allow one's body to not age, making it seem as if time itself had stopped. Zhao Ji and 4th Mr. Zhao's youth made that Yang True Fire Palace cultivator feel surprised and at a loss. This kind of youth was only relative. Because as early as 13 years ago, Zhao Yi and 4th Mr. Zhao's names had already shaken the world. Their real ages were much older than they looked. But the current Chen Moli was truly young. Go. Raising his head, Xie Changsheng didn't say anything. He only coldly spat out a word and called for everyone to leave together. Inferior was inferior. In this battle, he wholeheartedly accepted his loss. He could afford to lose. No one said anything and simply left with him. Ding Ning's brows furrowed deeply. Although the performance of these students was already extremely good in his eyes, this development had already disrupted his plans. Chen Moli looked at the backs of these students and his mood grew heavier. With the personality and conduct of the Qin people, they would want to win back the 600 miles of fertile land they had lost in the past. The Chu dynasty had been strong for many years, but compared to these Changling youths, the talented nobles were more delicate and lacked the heart of a wolf. He took a deep breath and calmed his expression and mind. Then he turned to look at Ding Ning. Even this ordinary young man from the streets made him feel that he was extraordinary. The autumn wind blew, and Ding Ning's hair fluttered. Before Chen Moli could speak, Ding Ning spoke. My aunt is ignoring you, not because she does not understand etiquette, but because I am in charge of many of her matters, including the business of this wine shop. So if there is anything, you can talk to me. Chen Moli thought and said, all right, I came here because my master wants to see Miss Chang's son. Chen Moli was one of Li Lingjuan's retainers. The master he spoke of naturally referred to the famous and legendary Li Lingjun, an important person that all cultivators in Changling had to look at differently. Hearing his words, Ding Ning said straightforwardly, since your master wants to see my aunt, why did you come, and not him? Chen Moli stilled. He had not expected Ding Ning to say this. Li Lingjun was naturally not on the same level as a wine shop woman. With Li Lingjuan's status, did he need to personally request to see a wine shop woman? But how could he answer Ding Ning now? Of course, he could not directly say this kind of unreasonable but basic truth. The conversation seemed to be at a stalemate. At this time, a soft clap sounded from a grand carriage parked on the side of the road. The youths of Changling are really awe-inspiring. A voice that was more gentle than Chen Moli's, and sounded like a spring breeze came from the carriage. There was a type of person in the world who was born with an indescribable charm. Even if they wore the most ordinary clothes, even if they had an extremely ordinary appearance, even if they were surrounded by thousands of soldiers and horses, or in the midst of a bustling market, as long as they appeared, they would immediately attract everyone's attention, and then make people feel as if they were blooming with brilliance. The young person who walked out of the carriage was like this. He was dressed in ordinary blue satin robes. He did not have any accessories, nor did he have a long sword. His appearance was very ordinary. His long hair was casually tied behind his back with a cloth ribbon, just like ordinary Qin people. But with such a gentle voice, he seemed to give off a magical light as he walked slowly under the sparse shadow of the wutong trees. He was like a son of God. The spectators in the distance, even the most ordinary people who did not know his identity, saw his extraordinariness and felt that he was born to be an important person who attracted people's attention. Chen Moli respectfully retreated to the side, his eyes flashing with true respect and even admiration. The only person who could make him act like this was the young master he spoke of, the legendary Li Lingjun. Li Lingjun, who looked to be in his 20s, slowly walked in front of Ding Ning and maintained a comfortable distance. Because he was too tall compared to Ding Ning, he consciously did not straighten his body. Then he smiled gently and bowed seriously to Ding Ning. Then he said, "Sir is right. I should not have stayed in the carriage after coming here. I should have come out and asked to see Miss Zhongsun myself. This is because I have been too conceited of my identity." At this time, some of the spectators in the distance had guessed his identity. Hearing his words, the spectators were shocked and full of admiration. They thought, Li Lingjun was not an ordinary person, just as the rumors said. These words were polite and undisguised. People would feel that Li Lingjun was an open and upright person. Ding Ning's expression was calm. He raised his hands in a bow and said, "If so, young master can speak of your purpose in coming." Li Lingjun looked at the calm Ding Ning. His eyes flashed with light. He did not hesitate and said sincerely and humbly, "This one has come specially to ask for Miss Zhongsun's hand in marriage." When these words were said, there was an uproar. All the onlookers in the alley who could hear these words were shocked to the extreme. They even thought that they had misheard. While he was a hostage of the Chu dynasty, Li Lingjun was a true prince. Also, after being in Changling for so many years, he had proven his abilities and personal abilities. He had become a true hero of a region. In the eyes of many people with foresight, Li Lingjun was no different from the marquises of Changling. Those who had seen Zhongsun Qianshue's appearance knew that Zhongsun Qianshue was devastatingly beautiful, but she was just a wine shop girl of low status with no background. For someone like Li Lingjun, even if he were to take concubines, they would most likely be the daughters of large clans or the daughters of generals. A person like him was seriously asking to marry a wine shop girl in such a public setting? Shocked, all the spectators' gazes gathered on Ding Ning. Everyone thought that Ding Ning would be overwhelmed by the favor and would not refuse. While countless matchmakers had come to this wine shop before, everyone felt that it was because the matchmakers did not have enough background. Ding Ning and Zhongsun Qianshue might feel that there would be better choices. But at this time, there should not be anyone of higher status than Li Lingjun coming to ask for a marriage. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance for a sparrow to fly to a branch and become a phoenix. Many spectators started to feel sour inside. Perhaps after today, it would be difficult for him to drink that sour wine again, and it would be difficult for him to see that stunning face again. But unexpectedly, Ding Ning smiled slightly and then seriously refused. "Young master, thank you for your good intentions, but I cannot agree." Chapter 21. Li Lingjun had been waiting for his response. Hearing Ding Ning's response, he stilled. Was a place like falling parasol so lowly that this wine shop youth did not even know what kind of person he was? His brow furrowed slightly as he pondered what to say. But Ding Ning saw through his thoughts and said calmly, You do not have to think about introducing yourself to me. I know that with a word from you, you can easily fill my wine shop with gold. With a word from you, at least hundreds of cultivators will immediately cut off their heads to die for you. Then why, since you refuse so decisively, there should be a reason. Li Lingjun did not show any anger. He looked curiously at Ding Ning and said gently, I thought that you would at least discuss with Miss Gongsun and listen to her opinion. Ding Ning shook his head and said, I said that I will not agree, so I do not need to listen to her opinion. As to the reason, do you really want me to say the reason here? Li Lingjuan's expression did not change. He said calmly and gently, speak. The onlookers in the nearby streets and alleys also focused, wanting to hear what Ding Ning's reason was. Ding Ning did not hesitate and said seriously, Your father, the emperor of the Chu dynasty, has been on the throne for 32 years. In these 32 years, we outsiders know that he has taken a total of 6 to 5 women who can be considered his concubines. On average, there are 2 a year, with one more than that. With these concubines, he has 17 princes and 23 princesses. So your father has been very busy in these years. When the spectators heard Ding Ning say this, their first thought was, you dare to say it. While the entire world knew that the Chu king Wu Lai lusted after beauty, and everyone usually talked about it with great interest, wanting to be in his place, it did not seem right to say this in front of the other's son. Li Lingjuan's eyebrows rose slightly. He said in a deep voice, a gentleman does not care about trifles. No one is perfect. Even if father cannot do many things, it does not stop him from becoming a great ruler. His words sounded very reasonable to the people around him. While the Chu king was known to be lustful, he was also a powerful cultivator and ruler. In his 32 years on the throne, the Chu dynasty had never suffered great losses. Right now, the Chu dynasty was like the sun in the sky, and had more famous cultivators than the Qin dynasty. Even the daily items used by the Chu dynasty were more exquisite than those of other dynasties. Even some of their clothing and decorations were imitations of other dynasties. However, Ding Ning did not argue with him at all. He just looked at Li Lingjun and said calmly, I heard that every concubine your father favors is beautiful, and has their own characteristics. Some are skilled in music, some are skilled in dancing, some are exceptionally understanding, and some are especially good at cooking. But of all the concubines, the one he favors the most is Consort Zhao from the Zhao dynasty. Hearing the words Consort Zhao, Li Lingjuan's eyes turned cold, but his expression was still calm and elegant. He maintained his elegant silence. What does he want to say? The onlookers in the surrounding streets were even more curious. Consort Zhao was a topic that the Qin people would often talk about. This legendary woman came from a declining noble family of the Zhao dynasty. Supposedly, she was born with a seductive bone, and was the best beauty in the world. Her body was soft and fragrant, and her skin was as smooth as milk. She was skilled in some secret arts in the bedroom. Even though the Chu king was lustful, he had been enchanted by her in these years. She could be said to be the most powerful person in the Chu dynasty other than the Chu king. In the Chu dynasty, most people feared and hated Consort Zhao, and called her demon Consort Zhao in secret. It was only in Changling that ordinary city youths dared to talk about her name. If ordinary city youths dared to talk about her openly in the Chu, they likely would have sunk into a river the next day. Although your imperial father has a large number of children, he has never had a child with his most beloved concubine. I don't know if it is because your father is not satisfied with the present princes, or because he wants to wait for his son to appear, so the Chu dynasty has not made a crown prince. Ding Ning did not appear afraid and continued to speak calmly. Li Lingjun, you have a good reputation in Changling these years. I think that if the people of the Chu are not blind, they will not fail to see your talent. If you return in front of him now, he will not hate you as much as before. And if you appear in his line of sight with a woman that even he finds breathtaking, the result will be very different. Based on your father's personality in the past, he may not care if that woman is related to you. But he may feel some guilt towards you for taking away your beloved consort. Consort Zhao has no children. If your father makes someone else the crown prince, when she loses power in the future, no one in her position would want that day to come. She has no children, and you do not have a mother. You are also a true prince, so you are a perfect match for her. If she is willing to speak for you, and you are not so disliked in your father's eyes, then everything may change. You may become the crown prince of the Chu dynasty, and become a great emperor like your father in the end. If there is a crown prince he does not want to see, he will come to Changling to take your position. The autumn wind was still blowing, but every corner of the street seemed to suddenly become cold. Most of the spectators were poor people who did not have much knowledge. But Ding Ning's narration was very organized and clear, and even they heard it clearly. It was just that such a big matter, could it really be openly announced on the streets? Ding Ning was too daring. He did not seem to care about Li Lingjuan's feelings. However, after feeling shocked, these spectators couldn't help but feel proud and complacent. No matter how outstanding Li Lingjuan was, no matter how powerful, he was just a Chu person. Why would the Qin care about the feelings of the Chu people? Ding Ning's performance was the performance of a true Qin person. Li Lingjun still did not show any anger or shock, but his brow furrowed deeply. He slowly looked up at Ding Ning and said seriously, "If everything is as you say, if I really have a chance of becoming the monarch of the Chu dynasty, then should you consider my request? Become one of your father's consorts." Hearing these words, Ding Ning's expression turned cold. Li Lingjun and Chen Moli's arrival had disrupted his plans. He was not very happy to start with. But his usual patience made him know that calmly changing and redesigning was far more important than being unnecessarily angry. Now, he was truly unhappy. "In your view, this is a rare opportunity. We should thank you for your guidance and rewards, and finally have the possibility of living a good life in the future. Are we really as lowly as you imagine?" He looked coldly at Li Lingjun and said slowly and clearly, "We are living well in Changling. Do you think I will have my aunt follow you and do such a thing for such a possibility?" Li Lingjuan's expression was still calm, but his eyes burned. He said calmly, "One person working for a country, this is not just a rare opportunity. You do not care and are not interested, but other people may feel this is a meaningful matter. It is better than being a wine merchant here and marrying a merchant. You are insulting my aunt." Ding Ning laughed. He looked at Li Lingjun and said seriously, "You see, I am already like this. My aunt is even colder than me. She will not like what I do not like." What he said was the truth. Zhongsun Qianxue was more proud and cold than most people imagined. Li Lingjuan's eyes seemed to burn, but he did not lose his composure. "In that case, I have disturbed you." He bowed slightly and gave a serious salute. Then, he turned around gracefully and walked towards his carriage. Some opportunities are fleeting, and will never come again. But if one does not grasp them, when one is old, one may sigh that one's life was not exciting enough. Li Lingjun had the demeanor of a gentleman, but Chen Moli could not be appeased. He gripped his sword hilt, his knuckles white from the force. When he turned to leave, he sighed softly as though he was talking to himself. "Will my life not be exciting enough? I hope it can be more ordinary, and not too exciting." Hearing these words that seemed to be meant for him, Ding Ning grimaced and thought softly inside. When the carriage curtains fell and cut off the outside world, Li Lingjuan's expression became dim and cold. He was certain that Ding Ning was a true genius. Just based on some rumors on the streets, this young youth from the wine shop actually had such clear and terrifying judgment. He actually saw the situation of the distant Chu dynasty even more clearly than him. Yet geniuses that could not be used by him were especially detestable. Geniuses that could not be used by him were likely to be future enemies. The carriage started to move. The carriage shook slightly as the wheels rolled over the stone path. He closed his eyes, and his cold expression grew even colder. The conversation just now had reminded him of many things, and made him realize how urgent this matter was. Ding Ning did not know, but he knew that his father, the powerful and lustful emperor of the Chu dynasty, had started to deteriorate. The road was long, and the road back home was so difficult and long. Yet no matter how far the road was, it could not extinguish the fire in his heart. Chapter 22. The grand carriage drove out of Falling Parasol. Sparse applause and cheers rang out. No matter how extraordinary they usually felt Li Lingjun was, and could not help but be excited and surprised to see this legendary person today, the other was from the Chu. They would be happy to make a Chu person unhappy. To be able to make a Chu person unhappy, this youth in the wine shop was as special as the rumors said. Although they applauded and admired him, on a sunny morning like this, apart from a few idlers, most people would be busy with their own matters. Furthermore, they had already wasted a lot of time watching the show. Therefore, most of the spectators left happily, preparing to boast about what had happened here to the people around them when they were busy with their own matters. A spectator who had come when Nangong Tsaishu and the others were fighting with Chen Moli quickly walked into the wine shop. This was a sickly-looking man in his 30s. He wore a grey cotton robe that appeared slightly thick in this weather. He was more handsome than most people in Changling, but he seemed to be afraid of the cold when he wore the thick robe. His body shrunk slightly. There were wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, and between his brows. Even if he was not thinking, he seemed to be thinking of something troublesome. Such a person must have many things to think about and worry about on a daily basis. After walking into the empty wine shop, he seemed to have walked into his own home. He did not immediately pay attention to Ding Ning, who was putting the tables and chairs back in place. He took some money off the counter, sat down not far from Ding Ning and slowly drank. "Who are you? You important people, don't you have other places to go? What do you mean by circling around this small place?" Ding Ning said in a bad mood as he slammed a chair down across from this man. Even if they were just watching, it was hard to remember when so many important people appeared. They could not help but feel irritated, much less what Ding Ning was thinking about right now. The man in his 30s did not feel Ding Ning's attitude was bad. Instead, he found it very interesting and smiled, saying, "My name is Wang Taishu. I haven't said a word to you since I came in, and I can be sure that you haven't seen me. How can you be sure that I am also a big shot?" "Wang Taishu, looking at your body, it really is weak." Ding Ning sat down across from this rather handsome man in his 30s. He looked at the other's weak breathing, and saw that one of his teeth was missing when he spoke. He said with slight disdain. Then, he turned his hand and pointed outside the shop. "You ask me how I know you are an important person. Do you think I am blind?" Those burly men stopped the few people who wanted to walk into this shop. "You monopolized this place alone, and the people who were stopped didn't seem to have any complaints. How do you think I know?" This is called thoroughly meticulous. Wang Taishu did not mind Ding Ning's mocking tone at all. Instead, he smiled appreciatively. He did look weak. He was missing a tooth, and his other teeth seemed to be loose. He looked at Ding Ning and said with a smile, "You can be fine in small places, you can see the whole picture in large places. You can see what others cannot. The fog that covers your eyes does not exist for you. This is a natural genius." Ding Ning glanced at him. "Why are you a ghost if you are not a person?" Wang Taishu smiled again and said, "Not long ago, a yellow-robed private advisor came to this alley to collect rent and asked you for rent, but you didn't give it to him." Ding Ning frowned slightly. He said he would come in a few days, but did not come. "Are you from Two-Level Tower or Jinlintang?" Wang Taishu smiled and said, "I am from Two-Level Tower. More accurately, I am in charge of all matters of Two-Level Tower." Ding Ning looked suspiciously at him. The master of Two-Level Tower is so weak. Wang Taishu put away his smile and said seriously, "Maybe I have been dealing with too many matters recently, and hurt my body. If you really are the current master of Two-Level Tower, you should not coincidentally appear here." Ding Ning looked seriously at him and said, "But that has nothing to do with me. What matters to me is how your negotiations with Jinlintang are going, and who should our rent be given to. I am still alive, which means the rent should be given to us." Wang Taishu coughed softly and said proudly, "As to why I am here today, it is because Li Lingjun has come." Probably afraid that he had not been clear enough, Wang Taishu looked at Ding Ning and said, "You also understand that Two-Level Tower has business on the surface and business on the surface. The business on the surface has little profit, but this is related to face. If the business on the surface is taken by others, It means that the business on the surface cannot be maintained. This is our territory, and our business on the surface. Previously, we had a hard time fighting with Jinlintang, but a big dragon like Li Lingjun suddenly appeared here. Of course, we do not know the meaning of his appearance here, so we came to see. If he shows any words or actions related to Jinlintang, then I will have to consider which river I will be lying in tomorrow. You are so afraid of him? Ding Ning mocked. I am not the same as you. Thinking of what Ding Ning had just said to Li Lingjun, Wang Taishu could not help but smile. Even if you make him lose face, due to his status, he will not do anything to you. If he attacks a common youth like you, he is not a gentleman. You probably know this, so you treat him like this. But we are not the same. If we really have a conflict with him, it will be a bloody matter. Also, you saw the strength of the cultivators under his sect. There is more than one cultivator like Chen Moli. But I am not afraid of him. You should know that the results of being prepared and not prepared are completely different. Ding Ning said expressionlessly, I think you're wrong. I dared to do that to him. Another thing is that I paid the rent and the protection fee. Well said. Wang Taishu could not help but clap and laugh. If something bad happens to you because you said a few honest words, then our business is not honest. Ding Ning glanced at him. But you are so weak now. Does two-level tower really have the ability as you say? Wang Taishu grew serious and looked seriously into his eyes. Whether we have the ability or not depends on whether we can take care of Jinlintang. If Jinlintang keeps on pestering us and we cannot do business, we will grow weaker. Then I wish you good luck, Ding Ning said. Luck will only come to people who are prepared. Wang Taishu coughed softly and used a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. He said, I just saw the spectacle. Now, I am sitting here to receive your help. Ding Ning frowned slightly. How can I help you? Help me dispel the fog. Wang Taishu said slowly, there are many people in two-level tower who can fight, but there aren't many people who can think things through clearly and thoroughly. You are young, but I have stayed in Changling for so long, and have not seen many people like you who can see everything so clearly and understand so clearly. You should understand how important it is to be able to quickly figure out the overall situation amidst a lot of messy things. I lack a strategist like this, or rather, a disciple or a partner, Wang Taishu said seriously and sincerely. Even if you feel that I have the possibility of helping you, this is not a chance for a sparrow to become a phoenix. In reality, your present situation is similar to Li Lingjuan's. If you can gain a foothold, and swallow up Jinlintang, then your status in Changling will rise. But even more importantly, this is also filled with danger. Two-level tower is still a large ship filled with holes in the wind and rain. Ding Ning looked seriously at him. You want me to help you? What benefits can I get? Wang Taishu asked in response, what benefits do you want? Any benefits I want. Ding Ning suddenly reached out angrily and pointed in the direction the students of the sword schools had left in. Including the sword schools where I can enter. Wang Taishu laughed. He looked warmly at Ding Ning. You want to become a cultivator? In reality, if you want to become a cultivator, you do not need to enter those sword schools. Ding Ning sneered. But only some sword schools qualify to participate in the Minute Mountain Sword Sect entrance exam. Wang Taishu was completely stunned. He was stunned for 5 breaths before he recovered. He looked in disbelief at Ding Ning. You want to enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect? Chapter 23. Anyone who heard Ding Ning's words would be shocked and incredulous. They would even hit Ding Ning's face with their wine bottles. Because entering Minute Mountain Sword Sect, was this something a common youth could think of? Minute Mountain Sword Sect and Lingshu Sword Gate only accepted a few dozen disciples each year, but how many young people of suitable age were there in Changling? Also, Minute Mountain Sword Sect and Lingshu Sword Gate did not just accept disciples from Changling, but the entire Qin dynasty, and even some distant vassal states and friendly countries. How big was that territory? How many great cities were there? Even a peerless genius in a large city would find they were very ordinary in front of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Those who could enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect and Spirit Void Sword Sect could be described as monsters. For example, some people were born with the ability to sense the primal energies of the universe. This meant that they would not face any obstacles in their cultivation in the first 3 realms, and would be many times faster than ordinary people when they reached Realm 5 from Realm 4. Some people were born with wider meridians than ordinary people, and the meridians in their bodies could store more vital energy and primal energies of the universe. This meant that the higher their cultivation, the more power they could squander than cultivators of the same level. Some people, not long after they were born, would naturally become cultivators, and the energies of their organs would naturally form vital energy. Facing monsters like this, most geniuses could be described as trash. Therefore, even the elite disciples of some of the clans and families with monstrous power within the dynasty would not continuously waste their time in front of the mountain gates of these 2 great sword sects. Instead, they would take the second path, first enter some other suitable cultivation grounds, obtain some fortuitous encounters, and then try to distinguish themselves in the trials related to the 2 great sword sects, and obtain the qualifications to enter some of the secret grounds and scripture storage grounds of the 2 great sword sects to observe and learn. Other than this, the bureaus had a small number of recommendations. Only those who worked in the bureaus, performed exceptionally well, and accumulated merit to a certain level would qualify to enter the 2 sword sects to study for a while. But these 2 paths were also difficult to walk. Therefore, after regaining his senses, Wang Taishu couldn't help but cough lightly and add, "Are you really not joking? Are you kidding me?" Ding Ning glanced at him and said, "I also know that in the new batch of students, there are those from the Sword Academy who have the right to participate in the exam." Seeing the certainty in Ding Ning's eyes, Wang Taishu was finally sure that Ding Ning was not joking. He frowned deeply, and a Chuan character appeared between his eyebrows. "Looks like you've really thought about it." He took a deep breath and said with a frown, "If you stand out in some special trials, you can avoid being overshadowed by those monsters. But have you ever thought that to enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect and Spirit Void Sword Sect, you need to be born? To win in the special trials, you need not just born, but also acquired. That's even more unfair." Wang Taishu coughed again, but he still said seriously and carefully, "Many nobles and clans have this idea. Even if their innate stage is slightly weaker than those monsters, they can accumulate a large amount of resources. Their innate stage and postnatal stage resources will make their disciples a cut above others in the exam. So in those trials, the ones who win in the end are usually those who are not as good as the monsters, but have countless resources behind them in their cultivation." Seeing him so serious, Ding Ning's disdainful expression completely disappeared. He said calmly, "Since you say that I am a genius who can easily figure things out, I naturally know what you say. The question now is whether you have the ability to let me enter those sects that qualify to participate in the exam." Wang Taishu's frown deepened, his wrinkles like they were carved by a knife. He coughed violently as though he was going to cough his lungs out. "As long as 2-level tower does not fall so quickly, it should not be a problem to let you enter one of the sects." After his coughing calmed slightly, he panted and said, "Even more importantly, in any business, you have to pay and return. My thoughts are, why do you have to enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect? When you enter some mountains, you will find they are not as beautiful as you imagine. Rather than paying a great price to let you participate in those trials where the chances are slim, in my view, it is better to spend the price on you. This way, you may achieve more. I admit that you are also a monster." After a pause, Wang Taishu continued, "The thoughts and gazes of monsters are different from us normal people. But the monsters that Minute Mountain Sword Sect and Lingshu Sword Gate want are not just in terms of thoughts and vision, but also in terms of physical cultivation talent." Ding Ning looked calmly at Wang Taishu and said softly, "You are very honest, so I can tell you that my body has a great problem." "A great problem?" Wang Taishu's eyebrows rose. "What problem?" "It's a kind of innate illness. Several years ago, there were already cultivators who came to this conclusion about me. In the past few years, there have been quite a few people who came to see me." Ding Ning slowly said, "The energies of my organs are too active, and I have an illness of premature aging. If I become a cultivator, and practice the methods of most sects, It will cause the energies of my organs to be even more active. Then I will die at a young age. So I have a reason to enter Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Shock appeared in Wang Taishu's eyes again. He did not know more of Ding Ning's secrets, so he felt he understood why Ding Ning had such a calm gaze most of the time. A person who always felt his life would end quickly, and did not fear death, would naturally be calmer than ordinary people most of the time. Or was this the so-called geniuses would be envied by the heavens, and great disasters would accompany them throughout their lives? So, Minute Mountain Sword Sect has a cultivation method that can let you live longer? Wang Taishu took a deep breath, looked at Ding Ning and slowly asked. Minute Mountain Sword Sect and Lingshu Sword Gate are mysterious and supreme, but fortunately, we have many records about them in our books. Minute Mountain Sword Sect has a heaven-replenishing divine art that should be able to solve some of my problems. Ding Ning nodded and said. I also guessed that it is this true art. Wang Taishu said, this is a secret of Minute Mountain Sword Sect. Only disciples who can enter the secret lands of Minute Mountain Sword Sect to cultivate can learn this true art. Ding Ning nodded and did not immediately speak. Wang Taishu's expression grew even more serious. If your constitution is the same as you say, then if I really help you enter the sword school that qualifies for the exam, you will immediately start cultivating. That's right, there's no turning back. If you don't succeed, perhaps the candle will burn out very quickly. Ding Ning laughed. He interrupted Wang Taishu and said, but this is much more interesting than waiting for death, or becoming Li Lingjuan's pawn and waiting for him to conquer the world to receive his gratitude. You have to hold your life in your own hands. If you fight, there will be some chances. If you do not fight, there will be no chance at all. I agree with your words. Wang Taishu thought for a moment and smiled. I think you can help me, and I can help you too. Ding Ning also smiled. Tell me what you think. We have some connections to the Green Vine Sword Academy. Also, the Green Vine Sword Academy has changed recently. We will think of a way for you to enter the Green Vine Sword Academy. There should not be a problem. Wang Taishu seemed to have thought of this problem just now and said calmly without hesitation. Ding Ning frowned. Mr. Taishu, do not trick me because I am young. I remember that the Green Vine Sword Academy does not qualify to attend the Minute Mountain Sword Trials. Wang Taishu shook his head. It should be said that they did not before, but this year, they did. Ding Ning stilled. Wang Taishu liked to see him miscalculate. He smiled slightly. The Green Vine Sword Academy has expanded. White Goat Cave belongs to the Green Vine Sword Academy. Based on their numbers and size, they naturally qualify to attend the Minute Mountain Sword Trials without a special decree from His Majesty. White Goat Cave belongs to the Green Vine Sword Academy. Ding Ning sank into deep thought. White Goat Cave was located at White Goat Gorge and was not far from the Green Vine Sword Academy. Yet, White Goat Cave's history was even older than the Green Vine Sword Academy. In recent years, they had produced some good cultivators. Even more importantly, White Goat Cave had a spirit spring that was rich in spirit energy beneficial to cultivation and would increase cultivation speed. A sect like this, under normal circumstances, would not be under the jurisdiction of a similar sect. This is the change I spoke of. Wang Taishu saw Ding Ning's thoughts and said softly, someone in White Goat Cave angered the Empress, so this change occurred. As to the Green Vine Sword Academy, they have differences in their affiliation and use of White Goat Cave. So this is an opportunity for us. Empress. Ding Ning stilled again. This title seemed to be very distant in his memory. Chapter 24. What are you thinking about? Seeing Ding Ning in a daze, Wang Taishu said calmly, are you suspicious of my words? Nothing. Ding Ning shook his head. He thought and asked, does the business of fish market have anything to do with two-level tower or Jinlintang? Wang Taishu stilled slightly. He did not understand why Ding Ning would suddenly mention fish market. But he still answered seriously, no, that is the business of the upper class. People of the lower class like us cannot do business of large rivers. Ding Ning looked disdainfully at Wang Taishu and said, The people rumored to have taken up most of the casino and brothel business are people of the lower class? Wang Taishu shook his head. It's not that exaggerated. At most, they take up a few % of the business. Also, the upper and lower levels we speak of are only related to the business partners. Our business partners are all ordinary people in the marketplace in Jianghu, but the business of fish market involves the large sects, the people of the imperial court, and the great rebels and bandits. It's dangerous for us to get involved with even one of those people. Only the truly wise, brave, and capable people can do business like a river, where a dragon can cross the river at any time. This has to do with one's choice and foundation. It has nothing to do with whether one has money or powerful cultivators. Dragons have their dragon paths, snakes have their snake paths. Serpents are born with serpents. Even if a snake turns into a serpent, it does not have so much accumulation before, and will not mix in the pool of serpents. This is the so-called foundation. So in Changling, ordinary nobles and commoners do not play together. Ding Ning said in a low voice, from what you said, those who are qualified to do that kind of business are at least people with a high enough background. Wang Taishu said patiently, those who can connect with large sects and people of the court are not ordinary people. The other gangs in Changling do not dare to interfere in the business of fish market, and do not dare to inquire. The rules of fish market were set by First Miss Shong. I only know that she is a woman, and that she must be extraordinary. As for her background and how she came to this step, I do not know anything. It's good that Jinlintang and fish market have nothing to do with each other, Ding Ning said calmly. It seems that you might be able to help me. Wang Taishu misunderstood. He thought that Ding Ning had considered the possibility of fish market. His eyes lit up as he said solemnly, Jinlintang's main businesses are caravans and escorts. Other than that, there are also some transport businesses that are related to the military. Logically speaking, in terms of wealth and foundation, they cannot compare to two-level tower. Also, perhaps you do not understand, while there are no laws and regulations in the Jianghu, there are many established rules. Their actions this time were mostly due to the fact that they did not follow the rules. We have been in Changling for so many years, and have been on good terms with the other gangs. So after investigating and thinking, we thought of two possibilities. Ding Ning's eyebrows rose slightly, indicating for Wang Taishu to continue. One of the possibilities is that a powerful cultivator has suddenly appeared in Jinlintang. There are examples like this. In the past, there was a fight over the Feng Shui Wharf in the north of the city because Flying Fish Hall had a few more people from the countryside. Among those people, there was someone with the surname Feng. He was a powerful cultivator, but had not become famous in a small place. In the end, the apricot forest nursery that fought against Flying Fish Hall was killed. Wang Taishu coughed softly. When his breathing evened out, he said, since there was an example like this, I thought of a way, and purposefully gave them a chance to assassinate me. So you are so weak. Ding Ning smiled slightly and said, this is a good method. The fighting between gangs is not the same as fighting between cultivators. There are many ways to kill some powerful cultivators alone. For example, crossbow formations, poison traps, or assassinations of the old and weak. Right now, you are weak, but you are still alive. So what answer did you get from this test? Other than some cultivators we have prepared for, there were no powerful people like I was worried about. Wang Taishu's brow furrowed deeply again. So we feel that there is only one possibility left. I fear that someone in the court has taken a liking to our business. This is very possible. From what you said, Jinlintang's business is connected to the water transport. Ding Ning frowned slightly. If this is the case, it is not terrible. We can fight. I want to hear your opinion. Wang Taishu was not surprised. He looked calmly at Ding Ning and said, in all of Changling, the only people who do not need to consider His Majesty's thoughts are Minister Li and Minister Yang. However, they shouldn't have the time to come and snatch such a piece of meat. Furthermore, according to the stories about the two of them, what they want to do is either all of you will suddenly be executed, or they will send someone to do it slowly in an orderly manner. Ding Ning looked up at him and said seriously, as to the other nobles, they have to consider the thoughts of the two prime ministers and His Majesty the Emperor. So the cultivators of the court are His Majesty's property. Using the power of the court and cultivators to fight for their own benefits has always been a taboo, especially when the common people are also citizens of the Qin dynasty. If they use the power of the court and cultivators who are His Majesty's personal property to kill, if one of them is killed, these nobles may not be able to bear the responsibility. So if some important person of the court wants this piece of meat, it is not a terrible matter. You can fight for it. The forces they use are limited, and their hands and feet are tied as well. As expected, I did not misjudge you. Wang Taishu's eyes grew brighter. What else do you need to know? Ding Ning asked, I want to know what price you made Jinlintang pay in that test that made you so weak, and what Jinlintang is doing now. What do you not understand? They left behind 53 corpses, 6 of them cultivators. Of the 3, Jin, Lin, Tang, only Tang Qiu did not appear. Xu Jin and Lin Qingdai were killed by us. So Jinlintang is a combination of 3 people's names. 3 brothers with different surnames. They came from a small place in the north to fight together. There are no cultivators stronger than them in Jinlintang. When they tried to assassinate me, there were no cultivators stronger than them. Ding Ning listened carefully to the matters of the lower levels of the Jianghu that he rarely came into contact with or understood. He then asked, what are the cultivation of Xu Jin and Lin Qingdai you killed, and what is Tang Qiu's cultivation? Wang Taishu said, Xu Jin is realm 4 first class, Lin Qingdai is realm 5 third class. As to Tang Qiu, he should be realm 4 first class. You are certain that Tang Qiu's cultivation is not unexpected? Ding Ning said. Wang Taishu shook his head with certainty. I am certain that the reason he is not here is because he coincidentally is not in Changling, and could not make it in time. It is not like you think, that he is having a breakthrough, or that his status is higher than the other 2. Ding Ning nodded. How are your losses? Wang Taishu glanced at him. We did not lose much. Ding Ning said, then what will they do next? Tang Qiu actually managed to persuade Fatty Zhong of Thunder Rain Hall to come negotiate with us. Wang Taishu took a deep breath and said, this is what I do not understand the most right now. If it was me, I would either take the rest of the people and flee Changling, or make a dying counterattack and ask for some power we do not know of. But while Thunder Rain Hall is not on good terms with us, and wants to get some business from us, they usually follow the rules. Also, they said that the location of the negotiation will be in our territory. We have strict requirements for their people. If they do not meet our requirements, I will not appear. Ding Ning was silent for a long time and then said, not to mention the time, at least you have the land, people, and people. Asking another important Jianghu leader to negotiate, it looks like they are asking you to be magnanimous and not kill them all. Then, do they have any special requirements for you people who are here? Wang Taishu shook his head. No. Ding Ning laughed. It does not matter if you bring more people. Wang Taishu looked at him. Since this is our territory, we will set up the negotiation location. This is the problem. Ding Ning looked seriously at him and said calmly, I think I know why. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,